Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a couple of checks for me here. Can you see my screen and can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much. All right, and we have a new entry to the WSB fray, and why not? Even though it's not a super low float, but I guess they've got a hold of Wendy's. WEN. It's not a. First of all, it's a high float. It's not a super high short float percent, but evidently they have got a hold of Wendy's now. So WEN is next on their hit parade. That's a big gap up, 22%. No news. Other than the WSB, I want to see if this is, all right, Wendy's soars to all-time high as meme spotlight turns to restaurant stock. So let's keep an eye on restaurant. How about Chico's, CHS? Let's see if Chico's is on the move too. Yeah, Chico's is on the move also, but it is an earnings play. This is actually an earnings play this morning, pre-market, so that doesn't really count. And they've really got a hold of Clover, C-L-O-V, this morning, and still holding the gap. Big gap, 36%. Another WSB stock. Wow, what a gap. Almost an all-time high. I mean, there's the all-time high, 1724 looks like, 1724. I'm highly amused with Next, NEXT. So yesterday, Morgan Stanley put a $6 price target. And not to be outdone, Evercore has put a $9 price target for NEXT. WKHS is another one, another at WSB. Meme play, just calling them meme plays, okay? Meme. Another meme play, WKHS. Guys, I've traded in and out of this lots this morning, LOTZ. I'm not sure. I don't think it's one of their plays. Nice gap up over 6. I took it right here around 613, and I got rid of most of it around 636. I don't think it's one of theirs, but I just love that. I love that gap. I mean, look what it did. It took all this out and over that whole number. Had some room to 721. Here is a tremendous earnings play. I know if Zach's in the room, he was talking about this one as a long-term swing. ASO, guys, Academy Sports and Outdoors, ASO, earnings play. I don't know if this is their first, probably no, it won't be their first one, but here's the IPO back here. Highly successful IPO. I mean, look at this. From 13 to 40 now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. Less than 9 months. Fuel Cell, FCEL. Not sure this is a WSB play, but at any rate, moving higher. We do know this one is BlackBerry, moving higher, BB. Just keep an eye on these today. See how well they hold their gains. You know, I mean, yesterday it was really whippy, of course, with the SEC weighing in and all this news coming out. You know, are we going to regulate all this stuff? I don't see how they can, but, and of course, you know, the granddaddy, GME, which is going to be really interesting. First of all, you know, maybe taking out 300, yes. It does have an earnings release after hours tomorrow. I'm not sure what to expect. Remember, the last earnings release was met with a big, huge dump, actually. If you remember, this was dump on the stock that day. That's when it got almost right back down to 100. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but PDSB. You still up. Let's see. Got up to 1209 in the pre-market. Don't see any specific news. Had a big day yesterday, but a tough day. I mean, this got up to 1330 and it closed down here, 937. So I mean, that's a big sell-off. I mean, they do have some news. Not sure if it's the same news as it was yesterday, but releasing interim data. LBRT, Liberty, is gapping down after the company reports a common stock offering of 12.3 million shares. Okay, so this is a financing. I don't see the price. I don't know if they've come up with a price for the financing. AMC is still shortable. Who said AMC wasn't short? Oh, you're talking your broker. AMC, actually, there are a ton of shorts available. It's amazing because yesterday at some point there were no shorts available. 3 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers for AMC. Not that I'm looking to short it, but of course one of the other WSB meme stocks is Mavis. Actually, now it's starting to fall a little bit. The ape wisdom. Okay, well, we've got Swaggy Stocks or Stonks or whatever it's called. He's probably got the I don't know if it's the biggest one, but Mr. Real, good morning. So we have one other not a little one. Data is an earnings play also. DADA, big gap up. DADA. So this looks like this was an IPO back here. So DADA, big gap up on earnings. Go ahead, Ija. This is a super cheap one, guys. It's SONM. Lots of volume, but it's under $1. I typically do not look at the ones under $1. There's the 200-day moving average also. Just a minute, please. All right, SLQT to join. Well, let's see if this one does what the other one did yesterday, SLQT. See if it still has that. No, so there's the 200-day moving average right above it. So it's far enough away that if it could reach it, of course, that'd be excellent. Not a lot of volume yet. Talked about Clove already. Yep. Talked about Wendy's, W-E-N, real. I'm sure you know this, but this is their latest one. Even though it doesn't see, you know, it's funny, it doesn't seem to fit their bill. You know, only 6% is short, pretty high float, but all right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. see that upgrade for next. Not an upgrade and a price target. So I want to see if they're actually, if that's there. Yep, there it is. Okay. Just a few more upgrades to go. Actually, we have a few upgrades this morning. Give me a bigger list than I thought, actually. And we have a lot of analysts piling into Biogen now. Their Alzheimer's drug, BIIB. All right, now let me get the downgrades in. Not too many. You know what, guys? We have a ton of downgrades for QTS. Let's take a look at QTS. A ton of downgrades for QTS. You have 4 of them that I can see. Let me just take a look at QTS. Not sure what's going on with this one, but there are a ton of, I mean, it looks like this is a buyout or something, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with QTS, guys. I mean, it's obviously a big gap up. It looks like this was a buyout yesterday or something, but there are a ton of downgrades for it this morning. Kind of strange. Wonder why all these downgrades are in. No, these are, well, I don't know if it's higher, but it is a buyout. QTS, I mean, it's obviously a buyout. Just look at, it was a buyout yesterday. But for some reason, 4 different analysts have downgraded it. So I don't know what they're thinking. Take a look at NEXT. Okay, holding here, guys. So, I mean, this is, I mean, the only news that I see really, I mean, the upgrade yesterday for the price target of 6 for Morgan Stanley, And then today, Evercore also upgrading and putting a price target of 9 on NEXT. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously what happened yesterday, right? I mean, with QTS, just kind of strange to see a bunch of downgrades for a stock when it's a potential buyout, merger, whatever. It hasn't done anything. All right, Antelope Enterprise, AEHL is starting to move here. Very low float, fairly high. 11% is short, 4 million in the float. AEHL. Let's see what sort of room it has. Okay, this one's getting a little frisky, guys. CCXI. Now this I do remember. I mean, this just got hammered back here. It has not really recovered. Trying to put in a mini recovery. It actually had a decent day yesterday. Maybe a little bit of a follow through. And they're trying to put some news out there. Reports have a Copan and ANSA vasculitis, etc., etc. I mean, they do have. So they're trying to put some news out here. So this is CCXI, low float, 53 million in the float. Well, it might be a filter that I have no idea. LEDs, I have no idea why it wouldn't be showing it. Might be a filter in place, it's just not showing it. It's hard for me to know. It's showing it in mine here. Pre-market actives up down here. Okay, but it's hard for me to know why something isn't showing on yours. All right, I'm out of lots, but I want to see how this trades once the market opens. LOTZ, I'm out of it now. See how this trades once the market opens. All right, give me one moment, please. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to know without really seeing your. But I have it here. I don't have a multi-strategy window like that. What's your trigger? New high of the day or? I'm assuming though that he has other alerts in there, in his in that scanner. MCF guys, MCF Contango. Look at this one go. There's Clove again, guys. So this is probably the biggest mover. Yeah, 41%. Probably the biggest mover of the meme stocks this morning. And 1684. Wow, 1684 is the high right there. And 1724. So we're almost at an all-time high. I'm sure Chamath is just chuckling a bit. You know what you can do, how to Excel, copy, give the cloud link, put it in the info at trade-ideas.com, okay? And one of the traders may be able to, I just can't do it right now, okay? Sorry for the caps. There will be a reason though, okay? There's some filter that's blocking it. Yeah, just look him up, Green Trades. You'll see he's got all these. He's one of the the king of the SPACs. He started all his with IPO, ABCDE, and I don't know which one it was that took Clove public. How to Excel? I mean, you can keep talking or you can keep posting all that stuff in, but you know I can't help you. Okay, I just can't help you. I'd have to literally see it, but I don't have time. So I think best bet is just to send it to info at trade-ideas.com. Have one of the other traders look at it. Okay. There will be a reason. Contango, I love that name. Contango, oil and gas. Don't see any specific reason for it. Yes, Ija, I know it's an Amex stock. Look at this breakout here, though, guys. Good volume. It's a big float, 120 million in the float. Next high looking left is 732, so it's got some room. All right, everybody, we've got less than a minute to the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. You want to follow my watch list up and down. And repeating, click on new from the channel bar, and then, new channel bar. And then, here's my watch list right here. Where are you? Barry's watch list right there. Okay, remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And let's just wait for the open. Yeah, MCF, look at this thing go. I don't see, again, no news that I can see. And we have 3, 2, 1, boom. We're now open, guys. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. There. Waiting for the first, here are my first alerts coming in. All right, fuel cell. Again, really early, guys. Really, really early. All right, guys. AMC is putting a charge in here. Let's see if we can take out 60 later on. And let's look at the volume that came in. There's next. Volume coming in. Again, it is early. Here's Clove, guys. Clove over. Yeah, almost an all-time high for Clove. Almost. In fact, it is. No, yeah, it is an all-time high now for Clove. CLOV. Shoot, it's early. But look at it go. Look at it go. 18. They're going to hit 18. Got right up to 18. Ah, it's over 18 now. At least the bid ask is. And there's this. Yeah, that is an earnings play, an interesting earnings play. I mean, it's gapped way up here. DADA. It is an earnings play. Wow, hard to look at anything other than the Clover, though, guys. Look at Clover go. Wow. Well, when they want something, they want it. Look at this. I mean, it was a nice run yesterday, but this is a minuscule run yesterday compared to what's happening today. 58% now. See if it has any kind of, well, it's going to have a pullback. We know it'll have a pullback of some sort, but all right, here's the CCXI, guys. CCXI. I mean, what's the high here? The high here is 1227 and 1215. Man, I have to put an alert here at around, I'm going to put an alert just around 12 for this CCXI. See if it takes it out later on. I mean, if it does, you know, that's what all traders are looking at, this massive gap. They did have a little bit of news. I don't know if it's low volume. It's 8 times normal. It's 500,000 already. I don't know if I would call that low volume to start. We're only 3 minutes in. All right, now there's the big pullback for Clover. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, wonderful if you grab it here and you can somehow, last till 19, but that's a big pullback, guys. I mean, from 19 to, that's almost a $2 pullback just like that. Okay, gotta make sure you guys can hear me right. Make sure that Steve's the only one. Okay. Another one, guys. Summit on the move. SMMT is on the move. Wow, look at this one. I mean, if this takes out, what's the high of 3 weeks ago? It was 870. Doesn't have that far to go. Takes out at 870. Look where it could go. SMMT. Chris on the move. Here's data, guys. Data, an earnings play. DADA, earnings play. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 3340, so it's got some room. And we have our first halt. Hook. Hook just got halted. Oh, on the way down. Ooh. Hook got halted on the way down. Wow. Okay, now some of these meme stocks are really giving it up. GME, Mavis. Yeah, so you got to be so careful with them all the time, but especially in the first 15 minutes. Look at that bottoming tail way down here. Wow, for data, DADA. Next, guys, I mean, if you believe these price targets, you know, one is 6 and one's 9 for next. Not put on by myself. It's a big float, you know, 120 million in the float. So to move it 40%, it's all based on those price targets. All right, guys, keep an eye on lots, LOTZ. This is the one I did trade in the pre-market. In and out right here, around 613 and out at 636. Coming back, LOTZ. It has room. Look at the daily chart. 722 is the next high looking left. Just waiting to see if it can kind of base a little bit. Next. Here, look at FUV. I think this is I'm pretty sure this is a meme stock. FUV has to be. Okay, you notice lots showed up in the option scanner. Be careful with these meme stocks. Most of them seem to be taking it on the chin. Yeah, most of them are taking it on the chin right now, guys. I'm looking at GME, WEN, AMC, Mavis just getting clobbered. CLNE right here. So, lots, guys. Lots it is. Wow. There was the alert right there at 644. I'm just look at Mavis, guys. Look at MVIS. Look at the, and it probably looks worse than it is. No, it's pretty bad. 2306 down to 2163. Guys, this is the big hassle I'm having. This Okay, Hook is now trading. Hook is trading, moving down through the 200-day moving average. I don't know if they had any news. Okay, Velodyne, VLDR. I haven't seen this one for a while. Velodyne, VLDR on the move here. All right. Well, data was short-lived. I mean, let's see if it comes back. Momo was an earnings play. This can be pretty interesting. Usually has a lot of volume, and MOMO, barely positive right now. MOMO is an earnings play. Next, guys, over 5 now. NEXT. On those price targets. Give me a moment, please. Sorry, I had myself on mute. I was just before I was saying I'm surprised it wasn't halted right here. And yeah, it just got halted. NEXT just got halted. Wow is right for the GME. Holy smokes, my goodness. You talk about look at this, guys. I mean, this looked pretty, not bleak, but 286, 311 right now. And look at the volume that came in. Wow. Remember, it has, well, whatever they're going to announce after hours tomorrow is their official earnings release after hours tomorrow. And there's cost, guys. I mean, this is the one that could, I mean, look. Look at the float, 2.7. You got to be awfully careful on this one. And now, you know what? This is oh man, they're coming out of the woodwork now. Jan was another one of those meme stocks, so you can just see what it did. on that during that week. 30 got up to $32. That's a crazy low float. It just got halted. Feels like the market's up 1,000 points. Dow's down, Nas is up, and the SPY is up. Okay, keep an eye on Clove now, guys, after that big pullback. CLOV. Right now, I mean, it is looking right. Remember, it got up to almost 19. WKHS, guys, another meme stock. Just well, GME is really trading on its own now. I mean, I'm looking at AMC, I'm looking at BlackBerry, BB, I'm looking at CLNE, WEN, looking at the other meme stocks. Now, Clove is definitely trying to come back, but GME is really trading, kind of trading on its own. And down go the cryptos, Riot and Mara. And next just open, and it gapped up, and next just open on a gap up. So that first price target put on by Morgan Stanley from yesterday at 6, looks like that's going to be maybe met today, but it's the $9 one. By Evercore today, that is causing an additional surge. Wow, what a start. Lots, guys, lots. 644 on that alert from the option scanner, 673 now. Yeah, I mean, GME is trading on its own, guys. I mean, look, what did it get? It got up to 500, almost 500. I mean, Clover over 18 now, CLOV over 18 now. And we have okay, Jan just resumed. JAN just resumed. Be awfully careful with this one. 1.6 million in the float. The high looking left is 936. This is definitely a meme. Well, it was here anyway. There's the costs. Boy, if they get a hold of this one, I mean, guys, this hit a $128. That's during normal market hours. I think it hit about 170 pre-market that day. So if they get a hold of this one, look out, because there's that float, 2.7 million in the float. But you got to be careful. Guys, this is fascinating. I mean, GME is fascinating. Not because necessarily what it's doing, because it's completely now disconnected from the rest of the meme stocks, basically. So I don't know what they're anticipating for tomorrow after hours. And now this is what we call an alpha stock. Look at the market. Look what the market's doing. Look what GME is doing. All right, so some of these, so look at this one. So the CCXI got up to 1190, falling badly now. All right, keep an eye on the Napa. I mean, the Napa's been a little bit choppy, but more it holds. I'm going to stick an alert around 2114, see if it can hold 21 and then move from there. It would be, of course, that's an all-time high. The all-time high is what it hit this morning, so keep an eye on it over 21, Napa. Yeah, the SPY is getting kicked here, guys. Tech is still up a little bit, but the SPY is getting kicked. Look at this second 15-minute candle. Wow. I got to admit, guys, when I saw this action here, that was a big red candle at one point for GME, all the way down to 286. All right, which was that one that I was really looking at to see if it could fill in that gap? Okay, as would be expected, I'm taking a look at some of my gap up and reverses. You would think that with the market doing what it's doing, stocks that gapped up would start to reverse. All right, well, this one is starting to move. BlackBerry, BB, guys. Okay, this was not, so this is starting to move a bit here. I mean, it's over yesterday's high now. I'm going to stick an alert just about 1709. I think it's going to take it out right now, yes. All right, guys, AMC now starting to go. I'm just watching some of these other meme stocks that have been lagging GME. And there's AMC at 60. Like a horse race now. Really watching the BB now. See how well it holds over 17. They get a hold of it. I mean, this hit, what did it hit? 3 days ago. 3 days ago, it hit 20. Really keep an eye on BB, guys. Look at the surge in AMC right now. Can BB be that far behind? I don't know. Remember saying? So there's the surge in AMC. Volume coming in. Napa, guys, this is an earnings play. Actually, I was confusing it with Dada. Dada is actually not doing too well. So, but Napa, NAPA, wonder what they do. I'm kidding, of course. So this is an earnings play, guys. Napa is an earnings play. This is an all-time high right up here, 2140. Keep an eye on it. It's not a huge amount of volume. I get it. 300,000 shares. That's 12 times normal. The float is low, 23 million in the float. Velodyne, VLDR. I don't know what the float is, the full percent is. We don't have that information. CDXC, guys, look at the volume that just came into CDXC. This had a high yesterday. What it was, 1040. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on the BlackBerry to see if it retakes 17. Okay, I have an alert set up here, 1710. See if it retakes it later on. Yeah, that's why you got to be careful in these. Look at this Jan. I mean, 887, low float. All right, LCI just showed up in the option scanner. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 577. It's not terrible at 544. 30 odd cents. Meanwhile, Velodyne I don't know if this is a meme stock. Now, Lanet, well, I don't know if it is. I mean, we can't just assume that anything with a high short float percent is one of the meme stocks. Just can't assume it. Keep an eye on Napa, guys. I mean, this has the look, okay? The longer it holds over 21. Just needs to, get some more volume coming in. It just doesn't trade. It just doesn't trade that much. All right, there is BlackBerry. All right, so WKHS for my watch list at 1581, 1639 right now. And we have XL, another high float, short float percent, XL. Big focus on BlackBerry right now, over 17. Give me a moment, please. Sorry, on mute. Yes. Just talking about the Napa again, guys. I mean, the all-time high is, well, it hit the all-time high earlier at 2140. It's an earnings play, holding well over 21. Volume is not great. I mean, I'm sure by the end of the day it's going to be, I don't know, maybe close to a million, but it's 11 times normal. It doesn't trade that much. Well, we have some. Again, I don't know if this is one of their stocks, a meme stock, VLDR. Really don't know. See, this is the problem with this new build. I mean, we cannot size the columns. It's crazy. This has to be fixed before we give it to you guys for sure. XL guys, XL. There's actually a red bar ignored for XL right there on the 2-minute chart. Oh yeah, can you imagine our support people? All the questions you guys would have. Okay, BlackBerry guys, over 17 now. Is it? Well, it was. It was over 17. Let's see if it gets back over 17 again. Look at this on the 15, straight up, almost straight up on the 5s, a little pullback on the 2s for VLDR. See if there's any news on LOTZ. Can anybody confirm whether or not LOTZ is one of the meme stocks? I just don't have time to check. It sort of fits the bill. Let me just see. Yeah, I mean 10% short float. It is not? Okay, thanks. It's just sort of trading on its own. I don't know any specific reason why it's doing this. There's no news on it as such. Thank you, the hindsight. Okay. We really need somebody to be on that all day. All right, guys. BB may be getting ready right now. Then it's sort of a top of a channel, though. I know what Real is going to say. VLDR may have been a trade of the week a while ago. I can't remember. There goes lots. LOTZ, LOTZ, whatever you want. LCI is actually moving too. Now I said, it might have a bit of a stall. around that 577 mark. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. What time is it? 10:11. This is what I'm talking about. There's the LOTZ right here, 644 from the option scanner. LCI 540 from the option scanner. Just this is more what I like. You know, I've been getting too many. I think I didn't make any changes. I didn't tighten up the filters or anything, but I think just getting too many. I like to see only about 4 or 5 a day instead of 15. Okay, look at INOD, guys. What's the float like? 23 million in the float. Not very much volume. Okay, forget about it. Forget about INOD. All right, well, okay, guys, here's another one, the Highline, HYLN. This is sort of like the Velador, VLDR, kind of the same sector. And there's the Clove, CLV, man, CLOV, over 18, way over 18 now, challenging that high now, again. HYLN, another one, challenging. I haven't. There has to be. Yeah. Well, I have it here. I don't know what to say, Vlad. I'm on a development version, but I'm able to, switch from shares to dollars. So I don't know what to say. It should be a little. I mean, it's very faint for me. There's just a little down arrow after shares. Well, it may not be a meme stock, but boy, oh boy, was lots. This is one I traded in the pre-market. Did get back in, but I traded in the pre-market, and wow, it's not a meme stock. I just don't see any news on it. And it's not an Amex stock, IJA. Maybe it's in the gear. I don't know. Not sure how I can help you. Yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, positions, right? You're in positions. And here's the gear. I mean, there's very few options. Maybe show order entry. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Meanwhile, another one, gosh, okay, Clove, actually now, this is so annoying, guys. I mean, I might have to go back to a previous build. I can't see the price even. To keep expanding this window. Okay, thank you, Dreamer. So it's missing in the current beta. Interesting. All right, well, BB is really wearing me out here. So I still have my alert set up here at 1711. It takes it out, fine, doesn't. Just move on. Meanwhile, Clove is smashing its old high, which used to be 1724. I mean, on a percentage basis, this is by far and away the best meme stock today. Meanwhile, WKHS going wild, also meme stock. So three pretty good ones from my option scanner. Lots, 644, got up to 689. LCI's been kind of stagnant, 540, did get up to 550. I don't call that a big win. The Clove, who knows where this is going? 1893, it's at 1961. So just these three you can make a living on. Meanwhile, GOEV, another one that is just soaring here. Sorry, I've got well, this one's also Romeo Power. So I think some of these, you know, in the EV sector, some of these ones are really moving. We already saw the Velador VLDR, FUV, Go WKHS, Go EV. Wow, look at this Go EV. My sound alerts are going absolutely crazy. Absolutely insane this morning. You would, again, you'd think the market was up 1,000 points based on the stuff that we're seeing. Well, this is the sector, obviously, VLDR, so the EV sector going crazy. Well, guys, man, it's 10:20. What a fast morning. First of all, big welcome to anybody brand new into this room. Wow, look at Clover. over $20 now. Well, it was. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. I'm going to pop my homepage link in. Okay, so my homepage link is right here. Okay, there it is. It's also a tab. Okay, so you can take a look at it later on. But here's my link. If you click on my link, there's a lot of information on my homepage, including how to take out a subscription. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans for you. Expand it just a little bit. There we go. So we have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the premium service annual is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, there are some other differences, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI, Holly. This is what it, not having a great day today, but this is what it looks like. Actually, this one is pretty interesting, this Maxon. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. So if you maintain a a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward after that first month, okay? More information from my homepage. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video. Boy, which one I'm going to do today? Stock of the Day video every day around noon Eastern. Now, big section here, I think it's a pretty popular one. This is all the scans that I'm sharing. You can click here. Here's the layout. This is the layout that you see, okay, on my shared monitor. That's the layout that you see. But I also have a lot of other scans that I've created that you can take a look at. So, I mean, if you have a layout that you like, you know, you don't necessarily want to have my layout, but you might want to take a look at some of the individual scans that I've created. Of note, gap up and gap down shared, and pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to see, you know, what stocks might be interesting once the market opens. I also love my gap continuation or reverse, and that moving higher with unusually strong options, which gave the LOTZ and the Clove and the LCI so far this morning. Okay, so a lot of scans here that I've created. You can take a look at them all. What I say all the time, save my link. You know, my link has got a lot of information, the scans, and then the education section. We have the 20 lessons. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, really recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. What is a top list? Building a top list. And by the way, you can click on this link even if you're not a subscriber, so you can see what some of the basic features that we have are. Okay, so here they are. It's all text-based. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. Now, there might be a bit of a switch today. I'm going to have to confirm it. Michael Noss might be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 today. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and all in a bit, but he's our Brokerage Plus expert. I also monitor a YouTube room at the same time as this room. It's the same room. I mean, they hear me, they see my screen. It's just that in this room here, a lot more activity, a lot more action, okay? But I do take a break at around noon. And so if you want to head over to the YouTube room while I'm on a break, that's fine. I will put the link in. I just want to see if it is Michael today. Usually he's Wednesday. I think he has a commitment tomorrow, though. So I think they've done a switch. But I'll find out. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. Back to basics. This is great. If you are a brand new trader, if you've never traded a stock in your life, this is for you. 36-part short videos. Again, Michael Noss created them. Starts off with what is a stock? And some ebooks. So that's what I'm saying, guys. A lot of information on my home page. Save the link so you can take a look at all this whenever you want to. You're in it, Frank. You're in it. We do not have level 2. You get that from your broker. Here's another one. Just look at this going. MSP surging here. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market, the U.S. market, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. Show you what I'm looking at here. So in this scan, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay? So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. There's so many of them today. Okay? That's an example of a scan, and of course I'm sharing it. One of the things we did as a company is said, you know what? Most people do not want to learn how to learn a programming language. So this is what we did. We said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And when you come to these icons, filters, I think we've created enough alerts and filters for the vast majority of our subscribers that they can combine them to give them a scan that they're looking for. Now, if you're brand new, you know, again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, so you don't even have to know how to do that, how to even create them from scratch. We also have a toolbar here, from the toolbar, if you click on New and then Channel Bar, we have a lot of themed layouts. These are all layouts here, and they're all themed. Stock surging, momentum, electric vehicles. You know, the EV sector is really popular today. Okay, so we have a lot of themed layouts here that you can take a look at. They're all layouts. So remember, if you have a layout of your own already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. One of the more popular layouts that I've been showing people is the sector status. Let me just show you that. Give me a moment. Hey guys, this is what it looks like. So these are the major sectors, okay? You've got communications, utilities, healthcare, etc. Okay? So at a glance, you can kind of see what's happening. So what's interesting to me, I mean, right now, what's the market doing? The market, so the Dow's down, tech is up, SPY's down a little bit. So it's kind of interesting, you know, tech being up. Where's our technology? So you can see, I mean, tech is up, but only 56% of the stocks making up XLK are up, 43 are down. All right. You can see the ones that are, it's sorted on the change from the close. The worst performing sector right now, utilities. You know, 92% of them are down. What could be interesting is to scroll down. Oops. I'm sorry. I'll leave it there. You can see the one that is up the most. Okay, there are only 2 Only two in the utility sector that are up, NRG and AES, for whatever reason. So it could be, look at Clover, guys. Wow. CLOV. So this is an interesting snapshot. There's real estate. You know, most of the stocks in the real estate sector are up. 13% are down, so maybe scroll down and see which ones are down. AMT is down for whatever reason. Maybe take a look at it. Okay, there it is, AMT moving down. So this is, you know, just kind of a way in which a good snapshot of the market, and that's available, you know, here. Well, it's one of the sectors, or one of the, from the channel bar. It's called sector status, I believe. Sector, where are you? Sector status right here. Well, BlackBerry definitely is not following suit, and neither is AMC. GME is on its own. All right, guys, so this is what the AI looks like. This is part of our premium service. If you have our premium service, I know I say this every single day, but make it easier on yourself. You know, don't worry about, you know, what the segments are. In fact, I thought I deleted it. Don't care about the segments. All I would do is load this window. So if you click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Ollie Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Have it loaded and incorporated as part of your layout so that tomorrow, you know, before the market opens, this will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Obviously, there's a pretty good one right here. You know, MAXN. Alert was at 1719, 1766 right now. I don't know where it's going. The next high looking left is 1842 in the monthly. So, I mean, this has got room. But I use it like a watch list. You know, I like to focus on the ones between $1 and $20. But, you know, how you use it will be up to you. If you have an entry price, you don't have to get in right at the penny. And here's your stop. How you manage the trade will be up to you. Unbelievable. Look at Clover. This is the, I mean, Chamath must be just absolutely going crazy today. I haven't checked his Twitter posts, but so even if you thought that was late, you know, 1893, you know, what had it already done? It was probably up or about 40% there. There's 1893. Let's take a look at Velador now. 1225, 1220, 12, whoops, 1225. Come on. All right, keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, this could keep going. 1225. I mean, you might think it's late, 21% already. It might be just resting. You know, I don't tell anybody, to don't make any recommendations on trades. You know, point these out. If it meets your trading plan, you go ahead. If it doesn't, you pass. Even Otley, guys. Remember Otley? Good old Otley. This has just made a new high, I think. No, not quite an all-time high. This is the IPO from here. How exciting is today? All right, guys, so I do want to talk a little bit about this screen that you see here. It's a feature that we have. It's called Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay, I am going to put, just a minute here. I'm going to put this link in before I talk about it anymore. Exactly, PJ. I mean, I'm just, we got so many things happening. Stocks just soaring. Again, jokingly, it seems like the market's up 1,000 points. And me, I need a drink. Just a minute. I wish, Matt. I wish. I don't know how I'd be if I drank a little scotch, but in this room, probably a little more entertaining. But that ain't gonna happen. Okay. So this is this. So I just put this Brokerage Plus link in. Lots more. Can't believe this is not a meme play. Boy, I wish I didn't have to explain anything right now, but part of the duties. Anyway, this video I put here, Brokerage Plus, this link, there are two videos. The first video shows how if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You don't have to, okay? Just want to make that absolutely clear. Even if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. And for those of you who don't have IB or E-Trade, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter who your broker is. This is just a feature that we happen to have. Okay? You do things. Now, I'm not going. The second video goes. It's more of an advanced, and it shows you how you can set up one-click trading and things like that. But in its very basic way, you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, you buy or you short. Okay? And again, I'm not going to go in any detail about the advanced use of this. You watch that video, it's about 26 minutes long. You know what I want to do? I do want to see. I want to see if it is Michael today. I think he may have made a switch. I'm just going to get a confirmation because he's definitely our expert on B plus and all that. Everything is in my scan section, okay? So just click on my homepage link. Okay, find my homepage or my homepage tab, click on it, click on the link. When you do, you'll see here are the scans. Okay, all my scans are here. Just saves me from having to copy links in all day long. That's why I put it in all one location. Okay. Yeah, see, SPRT is a high short flow percent. I don't know. Is it a meme stock? I really don't know. I don't want to label them all just because they have high short flow. I don't want to mislead anybody. But SPRY or I think you mean SPRT, right? Or do you mean SPRY? No, you meant SPRT. Guys, I think this was another one, the Smile Direct. I think this is another meme stock, SDC. I think it is. You know, you can see that if it can take out 9, it's not that far away. The next high looking left is 913. So look out if it takes this out. You know, I mean, my feeling about all these is that, you know, yeah, the GME is wonderful and all that, but it is a $300 stock. You know, eventually some of these guys, you know, diamond hands or not, you know, they're going to sell and they want to get in some of these cheaper ones, you know, if they're moving, just to take advantage of the potential percentage increases. So, all right, guys, listen, the other huge use of this window here, if you're new to trading, we've got an excellent simulator, okay? And you just click and see we have the option up here, Brokerage Plus. We have live or simulation. If you have an E-Trade or IB account, you can use this to trade. Otherwise, you can use it as a simulator, okay? It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, yes, it is Michael. So today it is Michael Noss in our YouTube room. Normally he's Wednesday, but he's got a conflict tomorrow. So he's going to be, if you want a lot more information about using Brokerage Plus, you know, save up your questions. And he'll be there between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Now I'll put the link in before I leave for my break. So as a simulator, it's excellent. Again, it uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. So you want to practice trading first. So take a look. All you have to do is click on an alert. Symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. And that's it. Okay. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. That's my, my biggest recommendation. You know, trading is not easy. Looks easy when it looks easy when you get into something here and it takes off. Sure, that's easy. But it's not all. They're not all like that. Look at Revlon here. I mean, this is another one. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if it's a meme stock. It's got the look. Short. Look at the float, and look at the high short float percent. I always like to demonstrate how you can use this simulator. Let's take a pullback on Rev. You know, you don't want to chase it, so we want to maybe want to take it on a pullback trade to 1709. All right. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm just going to put 1709. $17.09 in both boxes. I'm going to click on that buy button. And presto, there we go. So there's a nice dark blue line appearing on my chart. If Revlon gets down to 1709, it'll take the trade. Yeah, it's just easier for me to say meme rather than WSB, okay? Okay, so that's how you can. So you see how that right on the chart. Again, this is all in the simulator. Obviously, if you had an IB or an E-Trade account, you could do the same thing. Now, if I don't want to take this trade now for some reason, I see the market really tanking. I don't want to take this trade anymore. All I have to do is just go to the orders and right-click and cancel. I'll leave it in. See what happens. Now let's take a trade and let's talk just a little bit about money management, okay? especially if you're brand new, and the concept of placing a stop. So find one that might be interesting. Yeah, the LCI is, it's not, I mean, it's got this. If it gets through 577, 574, I mean, it's got some room to that 650 level. I'm not saying it's getting there. Let's say you wanted to take this trade right now, though, the LCI. Okay, what's the spread? Spread is a couple of pennies. I'm going to take 500 shares in the simulator right at the market. I'm going to buy it. It appears 554. I'm going to put a stop at 534. I'll explain why I'm putting a 534 stop. Not because that's necessarily where the stop should be, but I want to make the math really easy if you're new to all this. Okay? So there's the stop. Notice the red line appears on the chart. So if this goes down to 534, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. It's kind of a rounding error. I'd like to see it say 100, but that's okay. So why have I done all this? So when you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it works against you. You can't, trading is not about hoping and praying. So now, if you're new to trading, that's the number one question you should be asking yourself is that, okay, I get the idea. I should be out of a trade if it's not working, but how do I know where to put that stop? Well, that's where practicing, taking a look at charts, seeing where there could be support levels. So if it broke down through a support level, you should be out of the trade. That's only going to come with experience. So I put this 20 cents away just to make the math easy. I mean, probably right here would have been a better spot, but I put it 20 cents away to make the math easy, because the next concept is this. Okay, if you understand, okay, I get where I should get out of the trade. How much am I willing to risk on the trade, though? In other words, how many dollars am I willing to lose if it works against me? So, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say in your trade or account, $100 is what you could risk per trade. So that's why I did it this way. This will also share size you. Why did I take 500 shares? Because if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, and here's my entry, 554, here's my stop, 534, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents, if it works against me, will work out to about $100 on the loss. Okay? So there's your concept, okay? Placing a stop and also share sizing based on how much you're willing to lose on the risk on the trade. If you don't do this, I don't teach trading, but money management is so key to, if you want to have a career doing this, you better get used to money management. The other aspect now is obeying your stop. We talk about this all the time. You might practice for 6 months and get really good at paper trading, simulation trading. You may obey your stops every single time, and you may get really good, and you start to get the knack of it. Now you're ready to commit money to the market. Your first trade comes in, you're all excited, and it starts working against you. And those little gremlins get to work saying, maybe my stop was too tight, so let's reduce it a little bit. And you keep reducing it, even though you've practiced like mad and you've obeyed your stop every single time. When it's real money on the line, you just start, that first trade, you might just start second guessing. And so you don't obey your stop, and that $100 loss may turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 as you keep reducing your stop down. Finally, you give up and you get out of the trade for a far bigger loss than what you wanted. It's going to happen, okay? Hopefully it doesn't happen too many times. So how do you counteract that? Leave your stop in, okay? And just move on. You know what? The trade doesn't work, you move on to the next one. This could come back. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, maybe it comes back. It's for the setup. Maybe we're just a little bit early. Now, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, your broker will have a way in which you can, leave your stop in, because what you're doing here is you're taking all the emotion out of trading. You're allowing, sometimes, I mean, it's hard to have the discipline when trades are working against you. You don't want to believe it. Setup was good. Hearing great things. Everybody else is in it. Okay? So I will now jump off my soapbox, okay? And now try to get back into finding ideas. Thank you, Harry. It's every day. Just that we have so many people, new people, coming in and out all day long, and it's so important. Yeah, I will say another thing too. When you practice trading in the simulator, here's the hard reality. If you cannot make money paper trading, forget about it, okay? You will not be able to make money when you commit money to the market. That's I mean, is it 100%? No, but I mean, it's almost a guarantee, a certainty that if you cannot make money paper trading, man, you won't do it when you have money on the line, because then that you start to all the discipline get thrown out when you have money on the line. Number one, if you make money in our simulator or paper trading, again, that's no guarantee you're going to make money once you commit money to the market, because again, using the simulator, paper trading, there's no emotion involved. I mean, it's play money. I do recommend that you treat it like it's real money, but it is play money. You take a loss, oh well, you move on. But once you commit money to the market, man, the game changes. So, if you're not able to make money in our or any simulator, I mean, using ours or any other simulator, it's going to be awfully tough to make money once you're committing money to the market. No, the question from our YouTube room: will IB Lite work with AI trading? No. You need IB's. I don't know what they call it. Their Pro, not their light version. Yeah, that's exactly it. We can't connect. We cannot connect to IB's light version. It's the IPI. They won't let it. They won't let it happen. So nothing we can do about it. With their Pro version, of course, we can connect. Now the other thing too is, there's Wendy's, guys. Wendy's looks like it's right back up. Wow, look at Wendy's right back up, and it's actually a high of the day, not a pre-market high, but it's starting to move. No, only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Okay, that's the only two brokers it works with. And again, I just want to reiterate: if you don't have an IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. This is just a feature, not mandatory. Okay. Well, AI trading or any sort of trading you're going to do within trade ideas, yeah, you can use E-Trade. It's not just AI trading. And my recommendation, I never auto trade. I don't go over auto trading. You want to talk about auto trading between 12 and 1 with Michael, you can go ahead. I'm not a fan. Okay? So there's that. The other thing, if you do want to use this window to trade and you have an E-Trade account, you have to be using our beta. Okay? So when you we'll go to the home page. Yeah, I can't help you an end. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor. All right, I don't know where a $10 position. I mean, look, I mean, if you didn't take any profit, I don't know what to say to you. You know, but I can't tell you, yes, you should be getting out some, or, you know, I'm not a financial advisor. I mean, if I were in at $10 though, and this stock went up to almost 25, and what I'd be doing, but, you know, I cannot. What if I said to you, you know what, I'd be getting rid of a lot right here, and then all of a sudden it pops $10 in the next second. So, you know, you have to be able to manage the exits on your own. I cannot help you. Only thing I can say is congratulations for being in at 10. Yeah, one of the things, I mean, I think when you get into these rooms, there is a disclaimer, you know, and the disclaimer is that I don't make any recommendations. I'm not a financial advisor, and I have to be awfully careful about what I say. You'll never hear me say, take this trade, get out of this trade now. And I'm not just directing this to you, Anand, but I mean, just in general. All right, guys, what's happening here? So this SRTS, it got halted on the way up, I guess, as I was talking. I think Rio mentioned PPSI earlier. I think he did, and it's a low float, 4 million in the float. Look at the volume that just came in. Look at the volume. Boom. I mean, it's, you know what? It hasn't traded very much. It's only 4 million in the float. It's only traded 244,000. However, there's a candle that's representing not quite half of that. How do you go back and find the trade of the week? I can tell you what it is this week. I don't know how to go back and find other ones, but this is the trade of the week this week. I think it might have got stopped out actually. Yeah, I think you have to run both in administration mode. I can give you a script, okay, that if you went to our just give me a second, and I'm going to put it in the tech support area, okay, so I don't jam up this area. So I'm going to put it in tech support FA, all right? This is a script that we give people that are wanting to link with their Thinkorswim. Just give me a moment here, just have to find it. Here we are. Okay, so I'm putting it in the tech support area right here. Okay. So if you follow those rules, it should work. And just a note about our external linking, okay? So you hear me talking about IB and E-Trade, how you can use this window to trade. But we also link with many other brokerage platforms. Now, when I say linking is just a time saver. But, you know, it can be, if you're like me, clicking on alerts all day long, it's a big time saver. So what that means is, if you can establish the link between your broker and trade ideas, when you click on, say, a symbol, like I'm clicking on WEN, it loads into your order entry into your broker's platform, and from there you trade it. So it's a time saver. That's all it is. If for whatever reason we can't link with your broker, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. You just have to type the symbol in. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, this is again benefiting, of course, from these price targets: $6, $1, and $9 today for Everclear, or is it Everclear? Everclear. All right. So Jeff, I don't know why all these messages are being retracted. If you're talking about my gap continuation or reversal, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Just go to my homepage and go to the scan section. I'll pop the homepage link in. Okay, so Jeff, if you can hear me, just go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and I think you're looking for what's called gap continuation or reverse. Yeah, Everclear is a drink, isn't it? If you were back in university. Cheap and potent. That's right. Yeah, exactly. No update, no. There are too many bugs in it right now, Saeed. I mean, I'm frustrated. I'm just trying to use it, and I mean, the biggest one for me is this. Okay, the symbol. I mean, you can't see my other monitors, of course, but I'm really struggling with the fact that you cannot adjust the column widths, things like that. Until that gets fixed, and I don't know, when that gets fixed. I don't know how hard it is to fix, because we would be inundated with people saying, "Hey, what's going on?" So the other thing, that they have to fix. Well, I can't demonstrate it. Like this dock works. This is an example. This is now what I'm using for my pre-market scan. Okay, before I'd have all these windows open, and then when the market opened, I'd have to minimize them all and get rid of them. Now I can just have this as a docked window. This is what I use pre-market. But even here, I mean, you see the I can't adjust this. Anyway, if I had some charts in here, sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. Things like that. It's fine if it's just topless windows and alert windows. The docking seems to work fine, but when you introduce a chart or a single stock window or something else, there's just some bugs. So, until those are fixed, and I have no idea how long that'll take. No shorts available now, anyway, at Interactive Brokers right now as we speak. I don't know if that's if they were available earlier. Well, you want to get a glimpse inside my head. I kept talking about BlackBerry earlier, but I was steadfast. I said, you know what? I want to take it. I really want to take it, but I want to see it break 17 and hold. I kept putting these little price alerts. I had the last one up here at 17.11. Okay. But I was not going to jump the gun on it until I was reasonably convinced it was going to hold 17, which it never did. So consequently, save myself a lot of pain. Not that if I got in, would I have held it all the way down here, but guys, these are two scans that I did add. The biggest pull-ups on losers and the biggest pullbacks on winners. These are two scans that I did add to my scan section. I'm finding this is very interesting, the pullbacks on winners, not because they're pulling back and then they bounce, but because when I see them, they've pulled back, but they seem to continue down for the most part, which is leading me to believe that these are potentially great short opportunities. Every single one, of course not. Now, in this particular case, I wanted this AEHL, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm also, when I see something like this, and I also look at that cross. I mean, look at that cross right there for AEHL at 421 on the 2-minute chart. Crossing, 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. Just there's no shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway. And again, those are two scans that I am sharing. ASTS, Pure Pump. Sure it is. Space Mobile. Yeah, I would have. You're right, Mr. Keith. I would definitely, if I had jumped the gun, you're right. I would have got out without a major loss. But okay, well, wow, LCI took a big hit here. Yeah, I used to always explain it this way, also, John. Sometimes you can make, sometimes the most money you make in a day are the trades you don't take, because they would have turned into losses. So if you have a little bit of discipline, patience. The problem I find with some people, William, is that they have to be in a trade all day long. And I'm just teasing William. But seriously, I mean, they have to be in a trade all. Whoa! Look at GME and AMC and BlackBerry, etc., etc. Now, those are massive pullbacks, massive. Clover. So all these meme stocks look like they're getting seriously hit. I don't know if the SEC is trying to make their case again. There are two biggest pullbacks on winners. Okay, I had the biggest pull. I'm not as wild about this one, but the biggest pullback on winners. Wow, I mean these are. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:13. Now it's fascinating to watch them on the way down. Where is this going? I mean, this is a big drop. 346, 281, little $60 drop. It has earnings, whatever they're going to announce tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but no. So all the flyers are taking a hit here. Mm-hmm. Especially if you step away from your computer, or if you haven't been listening to me and having a stop in place. ITRM. I'm asked about ITRM. Okay, where are they out of? Dublin. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of, look at the weekly chart. So I'm asked about my opinion of RTRM. So the first thing I see, a couple of highs in the weekly chart, just around 190. That's not that far away. I mean, it's had a great, 4-week run now, 3 weeks and 2 days. It had a great, no, from dollar 77. That's awesome. I just think it's probably coming into some resistance though. It's a big float also, 172 million in the float. I don't see, just wondering to see, I don't see any specific news today on it. Give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, so these are wild, wild, wild. I mean, now look what's happening with all, well, not all, but a lot of the meme stocks. Now they're trying to pop somewhat. I mean, that's why I only talk about them because I have to. In that they're so active, and of course, got to have to kind of show it. But there's no way in the world. People ask me, well, when should I get into GME? When should I get into this one? Impossible for me to make any pronouncements like that. Well, here's another one. This is no, not an all-time high. LEU was active yesterday. It sold off at the end, but now it's above yesterday's high. LEU. Now, remember yesterday there were some announcements that the SEC, were looking into. Well, they didn't specifically say the meme trades, but they're looking into all this. And when they came out with that yesterday, this was the reaction. Okay, you saw what happened. There's AMC. Okay, that was the reaction. We were all talking here. Well, what can they really do? But anyway, I don't know. Maybe they're really trying to do something. I have no idea. But it seemed like out of nowhere, all this happened. Well, we're having a lot of gap up and reverses. Look at the market now. So I mean, the Dow's down almost 100. Now there's no disconnect. Tech is also down now. Remember, Tech was up most of the day. Let's take a look at the Qs and see what they've done. Yeah, so Tech was up most of the day, but now this is driving the market down. Also, I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin these days? GBTC. Wow. What is Bitcoin these days? 30, 32, 33, 35? 31. Okay. Hit the post. 31,000. Wow. Takes out 30,000. Look out. Whew. Because, looking at Mara, I saw Mara earlier today. Mara must be doing the same thing. Yeah, look at Mara, Riot. Well, at some point, we're probably going to get a big bounce from some of these, but where, when, and where. I forgot about Napa. Remember I was talking about Napa earlier? Forgot about Napa, NAPA. This is definitely, well, this is, trading on its own. Doesn't care what the market's doing. This is an earnings play. All-time high now for Napa. Shoot. I just completely forgot about it. Yeah, I'm seeing this. So crypto regulatory news. Well, are we having fun? I mean, what a crazy day with the memes just soaring and now giving it all up. And look at my Napa. Oh man, I was napping. I was napping on the Napa, guys. No excuse. Napa was on my earnings plays. It wasn't a scan so much. It was on my earnings plays. Okay, just keeping an eye on. So I saw this early in the day. Remember I was saying, the volume was, kind of light to start, but I said my my bet is that it would probably be a million shares by the end of the day. I see HUS is just, yeah, sinking here. I mean, had a interesting day yesterday. Looked like continuation. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's any specific news or it's just a general sell-off of these cheap ones. Well, it's an earnings play, isn't it? Also, I mean, unless I'm wrong, it's also an earnings play, June the 7th. So I still think we're going to get some wild, wild swings in these memes. All right, this B cell seems to be wanting to sink more and more. This is from the gap up and reverse, gapped up, and reversed. Maybe a little too extended. Look at the volume that is coming in. Okay, so Harry, if you left click on the chart that you want, okay, just left click, and then just start typing. Most of the time when you start typing, the change symbol box will pop up. Let me know if that worked. And then you obviously just hit change or enter on your keyboard. So left click on the chart. Left clicking on the chart is just letting the system know that that's a chart you're in. If left clicking and typing doesn't bring it up, hit the space bar on your keyboard and that should bring it up. Okay? Let me know if that worked. Excellent, good. All right, guys. Wow, take a breather here. 2 hours of frantic activity. See that little cross here, real? Look at the cross on Pola, 2 minute. That also came, I was watching this a little earlier. This is, I'm telling you, this pullbacks on winners actually, depending on what the market's doing, of course, they seem to keep going down when I see the first alert. Here's another look at the cross here, 551. Do you mind going into my, I don't know if I can, oh, maybe I can. Let me just see. Yeah, see, I've got it here in the docked window. Do you mind going to my scan section? And it's just called biggest pullbacks on winners. I don't have it individually. It's in a dock and makes it a little more difficult for me to share it. I mean, the theory behind this is, you have a winner and it's pulled back and maybe we're looking for a bounce. But what I've been really seeing more and more and more is that they keep going down. So what this is looking for is the biggest change in 30 minutes. Now that's the warrant for Clove. So, next is had an 11% change. I'm just not seeing the same kind of results from the MCF as well. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I haven't really looked at this as closely as the pullbacks. These are pull-ups. These are losers that have moving higher. Maybe. I mean, there's MCF. But it's like Mr. Keith is saying. I mean, gaps seem to fade. Are you talking to me on that reel? Or to somebody else? The parentheses on either side of the link? Really? Let me just take a look. Okay, so this is what I see here. I don't see any parentheses. I just click, and that's it. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I don't see the parentheses that you're talking about. Okay, let me okay, let me try. If I gave this to you, so biggest pullback on winter. So I click. Okay, here it is. I copy it, control copy. I file, load from cloud. There it is, and load. And here it is. I'm not, I don't see parentheses. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Guys, ZME just launched. This is an IPO. No, I don't see parentheses. I mean, I see the parentheses that you have here, but I don't know where you're getting them from. ZME, guys, ZME just launched, okay? This is an IPO. Well, okay, why don't I just give it to you, okay? I don't know if you're, but here it is. Already halted. Ha. Ija, okay, well, you left click is just all left clicking does. I think this whole how to change a symbol in a chart. Left clicking, all it does is just showing. You have to tell traders what chart you want. Left clicking doesn't bring anything up. When you start typing, okay, when you start typing, that's when the box should come up. Left clicking doesn't do anything until you start typing. And if that doesn't work, then hit the parenthesis, hit the space bar. Okay, left click and then hit the space bar, and that change symbol should come up. Yeah, I understand. Well, I have to make sure this is not widespread. I mean, guys, anybody else having problems? I mean, no, this would be bad. I mean, if I go to here are my scans. I don't see anything that is causing a parentheses here, unless I'm just not clueless. Biggest pull-ups on losers. I click on the link. No parentheses are showing up here. Typically, I just highlight it, control copy, and so now, file load from cloud. Here it is. So I must be not understanding something. I'm using the, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not even sure how else I would do it. I understand that there's, why don't I see a parentheses? I guess I don't quite get it. There it is. I don't see any parentheses. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not understanding. That's how I've always done it. And then just highlight it, copy it, and then just load it from the cloud. Oh, the how-to. Oh, I've never even looked at that. I've never even looked at the how-to. Ever. Just do it the way I do it. I've never even looked at the how-to. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah, that doesn't make... I see what you're saying. I wonder how many people actually go to the how-to. I mean, I just, I just highlight it and that's it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it puts a parentheses there. Now I understand. Let me start one from scratch. Okay. Give me a moment. All right, guys. You know what? This person, are you going to be around for another 20 minutes, FA? Okay, because Michael Noss is going to be in the YouTube room in about 15 minutes. You can ask him all those sorts of questions because you may have others. He is definitely our expert in all this, okay? I'll pop the YouTube link in right now so you can head over there. I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes, okay? So here's the YouTube link. I mean, I could try to answer you, but you probably have other questions also, and Michael will be there, and he's certainly the expert. You too, Mr. Keith. So now we're starting to get some of the bounces from the meme stocks. Look at BlackBerry bounce from 1523 all the way up to 1583. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and I hear GOEV is ripping again. After its pullback, GOEV ripping again. No, Brian, no, there is not. You're looking kind of, I guess, for level 2 data, so no. Your broker will have something like that if you're interested. I just find too many games are played in level 2. Bids, things that you put in, yanked, and all that, so I don't find it relevant anymore. All right, guys, I'm just going to replace my headset. Just 1 second. All right, guys, so I'm getting set to take my break in about 10 minutes. So Michael Knotts, again, if you have any questions about using Brokerage Plus and more detailed, you want to talk a little automated trading, things like that, now's your day. Usually it's Wednesday between 12 and 1, but Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 today, not Wednesday. So if you have any questions that you saved up, please ask him. He is definitely much more of an expert than I am. And again, I'll just pop this YouTube link in. So, take a look at IHT as an example. It looks like the cross is trying to happen. IHT, the 2-minute cross. That's on the 2-minute chart. ADMA crossing the 20 SMA. It's hard to see, but it looks like it's trying to happen. Bit of a spread issue, 37.42, 34.42, but and again, I'm just noticing it from here. IPW, guys, here's another one just out of nowhere. iPower, IPW, look at the volume that just came in. And this is, no, this is no way this is an IPO. Well, I don't think it is anyway. No, it's making an all-time high. Again, it might be a symbol name change. Not 100% sure. Usually an IPO is not this cheap. But I may be wrong. There was an IPO? Okay. Usually they're not that cheap. And if it's like this cheap, usually it's China, but it's not a China IPO. All right. Guys, I'll be right back, and I mean right back, about 2 minutes. All right, back. Well, Lily, that is the big question, isn't it? What is going to happen tomorrow after hours with GME? Uber. Haven't seen Uber for a while. What are you doing? Ooh, not well. As opposed to GOEV, man, oh man, GOEV on a mission, guys. A little pullback, pop. Look at the volume. Volume coming in. What time is it? 11:55. This will turn into the biggest volume bar of the day. Another 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes for this to close. Right there. There was the opening. Well, not opening. The 10:15. Well, there's no news on GME. I mean, it's just well, if you don't know, I mean, you understand what's going on with GME in general. This is somebody from our YouTube room. Just in general. So it's one of these meme stocks that they've got a hold of, and it also has earnings after hours tomorrow. But there's no specific news on GME today. All right, so Liberty is coming back, guys. LBRT, this was hit hard, fairly hard after hours this morning. It's still down 6%, trying to come back a little bit here. Yeah, so Hazrat, you really have to, been following. I mean, with GME and AMC and all these other, what I would do if you don't know really what's going on, then go to Reddit and go to the WSB forum. Okay, I mean that's where it all started last January. The conjecture is that there are way more shorts that are being reported. That's the conjecture. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. This is Wish. Wish had a terrible day yesterday. And now look at it coming back, WISH. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Oh, okay. Okay, I hear you, or I see you. Okay, Michael, I will stop my stream. So, guys, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Load up with all your B plus automated strategies, etc. questions, okay? I'm going to stop the stream right now, Michael.
Okay, let's test the sound here. Okay, that worked, and we'll come over here. And you guys should be able to see my layout there. Center that a bit. There we go. Hey, how's it going? So, again, if anyone is new here, the basically we just give Barry once a day an hour off for lunch and open the forum up to questions. So whatever you guys have questions about trade ideas or trading in general, feel free to ask away. So I'm not just waffling on about random stuff. Usually I'm up here on Wednesday, and usually this is Steve, but I'm actually just taking. We're switching just because I have a CMT webinar tomorrow, which should be really cool at the normal time. So I brought up the Wall Street's Bet channel, and hey Sam, I brought up the Wall Street's Bets channel, and because that's pretty much all that's going on in this market, right? If we look at the SPY, which is oh, hold on, I forgot my presenting software. If we do the PRE, there it is. Yeah, the SPY, it took a little sell off here on this down move that occurred right here with the market. I think it was someone was talking about regulation of crypto or something, and then that 10 minutes later reversed. If we go into just our sector analysis, which is I'm more and more falling in love with this channel. Hey, Mike C, what's going on? Yeah, we look at the sector channel. You can see pretty much every sector is red. The ones doing the best are your real estate right here, and probably tie between materials and communications. So boring stocks, right? XLK is doing okay with Juniper Networks taking off here, but boring stuff. So that's why one of the reasons I think these meme stocks are going so crazy today is that there's not a lot else to do. Mike, see, you're not trading today. Yeah, I'm not. I took two whacks at an AMC short. One lost and one gained. I didn't enter any swings today either. The really didn't do anything with my existing swings either, because really nothing is happening out there. With I think people are waiting there. I think there's a big number for CPI on Thursday. I think it is. Let me go over and check the Forex. I've been going to this one website, Forex Factory, for 10 years now to figure out. And if anyone doesn't know, essentially what CPI is just the consumer price index. So it's a way, love it or not, there's obviously flaws with it, that the central bank and the feds deal with inflation and how they judge inflation. So because that's kind of been the tail of the tape a little bit when it comes to macro trends, it makes perfect sense to me anyway that everybody's kind of holding off until that number. And then again, I know we get a lot of new traders in here all the time, so I'll say it for sure, is that you have to know that the summer months start to get a bit boring. So just, people on vacations, less hedge fund managers around pushing stocks and that kind of thing. So I think it's one reason that these meme stocks are great, because not only do you get the meme stock traders that are on Reddit and Robinhood and stuff like that doing the trading, but you also get us, right? The active trader, the day trader, the short term swing trader, where we're also getting involved in these, because there's just not nearly as not much else going on, which is fine, right? It's, we need to recover too, right? And no one can go at it all the time, too tiring mentally. So is anyone else seeing anything else in the market? And again, this is for questions, so make sure any questions about trade ideas. I'm here showing off the new channel, or the new docking system. We got an update that was pretty cool yesterday. Still some bugs to work out, resizing of columns and things like that. But this one feels a little bit less of an early alpha than the first one. So I'm just playing here and just going through the channels that are in there. And take a look at Buzz. This is another cool channel that we have that just talks about, basically scrubs Buzz, which is a ETF that tracks social sentiment, and then also Moon, which is an ETF that tracks social sentiment in the cheaper space. So I take a look at those. How do I see that comparison dashboard? Are you talking about this one? If so, let me know. Yeah, so that is a channel. So if you go to your channel bar and you go to sector status, and it's got this really cool dark background with this green right here. And I can just walk you through it quickly. So it has a chart of the SPY, and then a daily chart and an intraday chart. You can go through and then click. So this one right here, this top list, is basically all of the major sectors, right? So Dow Jones Industrials and, that type of thing. Then each of these is one of those sectors, but broken down from an equity to equity basis. So what you see on the bottom, this bar right here, is showing, okay, so of XLI, which is industrials, 74% of those stocks are higher on the day, and what was it? 25% are lower. And if you hover over it, you maybe you'll see a little tooltip that shows the exact number of stocks. So the reason I love this is, I can quickly look at this and I can see where's the money going right now and where is it leaving. Right. XLU, which is our utility sector, that's obviously got money leaving right now. When it comes to, right, maybe materials, that has money going. And when it comes to energy, that has money coming in. So what I can do is then I can click and look at some of these names and say, okay, well, this is the strongest sector. And then here are the strongest names in that sector. So is there something that I can potentially do there to kind of, make sure I'm following the longer term trend and money with all of that. So sure. So let me just a question about Brokerage Plus. So let me get the intro video for you first. bonk. Didn't mean to do that, but let's get the, just so that you have this, because all of that's covered in great detail in the video, just in case you want to refer back to it later. There, that is. It's time marked and it's chaptered. So along the bar where you scrub, it will tell you each kind of individual one. But let's just grab a random scan. And then you're looking for the order details tab. So order details, first of all, it's whether or not your position sizing, right? So fixed shares just means how many shares do you want to trade if you want to go that option. Fixed dollars will be just how many dollars you want to put into each trade, and Brokerage Plus will adjust the share amount, right? So if you say I want to buy 10 grand of each trade, it's going to say, okay, I think your fill is going to be roughly here, and let's just divide that by however many shares, and we'll just get you the amount of shares that will make sense. Based off stop loss does the same kind of mathematics, but basically says, I think you're going to get filled roughly in this area, and you've told me you're going to put your stop out here. So then let me calculate how many shares to take so that if you get stopped out, you'll lose a certain amount of money. So let's use that because I think that answers your next question too. And let's say we're going to risk $50 on every trade. So what will happen is, as long as I have a stop loss in place, not a trailing stop, then this will work kind of as is. Now for entry order, right, I always suggest a limit because it will offset itself. It's just the easiest way for you in the system. The only thing that's kind of complex here is this limit offset section. So the way you want to think about it is, the more negative this number is, the more aggressive your order type. So if I put negative spot 0.5 here, basically what I'm saying is, if it's a long position and say my alert comes through at $10, I'm willing to pay up 5 cents. So I'm willing to pay up to $10.05 a share. And if it was a short position, and let's say it was at $20 and I wanted to short it, it will send out an order for a $19.95 a share. So again, this is the only little confusing bit that I see people having problems with. So it is agnostic to direction. The only thing that matters is size, or is aggressiveness, right? So negative is more aggressive, positive is more passive. So if you're hunting for price, you want to put a positive number. If you're getting a stock as it's moving or going through a trigger price, then you probably want a negative number. And then just leave the rest the same. You know, for example, well, not necessarily, right? So you've got good today, which basically just means how long do you want the order to hold for. You've got good to cancel if you want to leave it out a little bit more. GTD basically would just mean, so if I put 2 minutes in here, it just says the order will remain out there for 2 minutes. If that order is not filled, then cancel the order. It's kind of, I want it, but I only want it, you know, at this price at roughly this time. And then day just means leave this order out until the end of the day. If it doesn't get filled, cancel it. And then GTC just stands for good to cancel, which again just means leave the order out there until I cancel it. So for swing trading, that would be kind of good, right? So just a follow-up question. If you use based off stop loss, where would you decide to put the order, the size of the order? Well, the size of the order is going to be calculated based off your stop loss. So, you know, if you're, say you're risking $50 and you're going to, the stop loss you put is $1 away from price, and you're risking $50, well, then it will buy you 50 shares, right? Because it's $1 away from price. So the price of the stock is no longer relevant, and the amount of money you're putting into the stock is no longer relevant. You can't both say, I want to put in $10,000 and I want that risk to be $50, because that wouldn't make sense, right? You have to decide, do you want to put in a certain amount of dollars into each trade, or do you want it to adjust your position size based off of the stop loss, right? Again, it's going to be two different numbers on every single trade, so that you can't use them both at the same time. So then we go into risk management, and then this is just how you want to, what you want your stop loss to be, right? So a percentage will just be a percentage away from price. Dollars will just be how many dollars away from price. And then filter, you can use some filter if you're new, which based off the questions, looks like you are. I wouldn't really mess with this yet. I'd get a bit of a feel for it, but just make sure that the long and short of it is whatever this filter is outputting will be subtracted from your price, and that will be what happens. So you can't use percentages, you can't use volume amounts, you can't use anything like that, but whatever the output of that price is will be subtracted from price. So most common would be above low, which will just put the stop at the low of the day. But again, if you're new, I would say you stick to, percentage or dollars and start from there. But this, whatever you put in here, is how it's going to calculate your stop price. So, if I say I want to stop out 5% away from a position, well, what's going to happen is when I enter, Brokerage Plus is going to say, here's your entry price. Now let's calculate 5% away from that for your stop loss. And then we know how far away your stop loss is. And then let us calculate how many shares to take you, so that if you hit that 5% stop loss, you lose $50 a share, right? So, and then another question, are the container features available? Not yet. I'm testing them internally along with a lot of the other people at Trade Ideas, just because we're trying to get it good before we give it to you guys in a beta, so that we can have kind of a more broad scale test. But right now there's still some bugs. If you save a doc in a layout that you like and then reload it later, it gets all jumbled up and doesn't work correctly. So it's just not to the point where we'd feel comfortable giving it to kind of the general public. So employees and consultants like myself will just test it first, and then when it's good enough, then you guys will get it for sure. Even these meme stocks are dying here. So one thing I will say that I think is very important is that if you are trading during the summer, and I trade all year, mostly I swing trade, so these doldrums don't affect me as much as they do some other people. But what you want to make sure that you do is you want to make sure that you understand that when the volume dries up, it will, you hyper focus in the morning, right? Because you're, as a day trader, especially if you guys are focusing on day trading, the volume and the action and everything's really important. So you need to make sure that you're chasing that volume, which means right now the opening is probably like the most important part of the day. It always is for day traders, but even more so. Like what you'll notice is maybe when the market is active, you can trade from 9:30 till noon. And then as the summer goes on, right, maybe you're trading 9:30 to 11:30 and then 9:30 to 10:30, just as that volume drop happens faster. How are trailing stops denoted on the chart? They'll just be the same as a normal stop, and it should just move periodically. I personally don't use trailing stops. I've just never come across either a trading strategy or trader that used the just old school trailing stops and liked them over the long run. So I've just, right, I tried them, I used them, I back tested them. I just found no value in doing it. It's one of the things that humans do better is just trailing our own stops, I think. So if I go with a stop loss size of 5% on a $100 stock and the position size of $50, how many shares will the system buy me? Well, you just do the math there, right? So this is, and the math that I'm about to do for you is the exact same math that the system will do, right? It'll say, okay, so it thinks you're going to get filled around $100. Let's use just the whole numbers that you use just to make life easier as I'm sipping my second cup of coffee a day, try to wake up the brain. So if you're filled at $100 and you're going to put your stop at $95, well, that's $5 away, right? So what's going to happen is it's going to say, okay, well, the stop is $5 away, and he's looking to risk $50. So with a stop $5 away and looking to risk $50, that's 10 shares. So it's going to just buy you 10 shares at that case, so that if your fill at $100 and then it reverses to $95, you'll lose that $50, plus or minus slippage, that type of stuff, right? The market is what the market is there, and that's how we'll always do the math for you. So if you say, and the beauty of it is that it removes that calculation yourself. Like most, I speak from experience on this, but the most annoying thing of trading is you're right, 3 times in a row, and then you're wrong on one trade, and you either got a little too big for your britches, or you got overconfident, or even just mental error with your mathematics. You end up losing money even though you were right 75% of the time. It's just super annoying. So one of the things that's really helped me is using that based off stop loss. Yeah, no problem at all. That's why we're here. But yeah, I like it because then I know, what I do personally is I look at the value of my account once a week or so, and then I calculate what about one to two, or yeah, but what 1% of that account is, and then I plug that into that's how much I'm willing to risk on any trade. And then every time I punch into a position, just over and over and over again, I just know I don't need to think about risk, right? The system has got that covered for me. All I need to do is try to look at the patterns and look at what's going on with the patterns. Oh yeah, 24-cent stock. Yeah, that someone was just saying this thing's up. It's a 24-cent stock and Thai Airways. Yeah, careful of penny stocks. Right, this could easily be a pump and dunk, right? Saying it's up. Oh yeah, bragging that it's up 100% over the past week, and then take this daily chart and then let's just zoom out here. And it's up. Yeah, it's up a little bit over the last week, but it's down from $6 to 24 cents. That's, yeah, I highly don't recommend even looking at stuff like that. It's on the pinks, so it's unregulated. It's a bankrupt stock. Just don't touch that. Well, do what you want. It's a free country, but if you're a new trader, don't play with that stuff. That's just asking for trouble. There's no one out there who says I'm a consistently profitable trader and I buy bankrupt penny stocks. So just be very careful. I would avoid that one like the plague. Right, plenty of other stuff going on for sure. Is TD Ameritrade available? Not yet. We're working on it. We were hoping to launch that the same time we got the how do I say this by being nice? We were hoping to launch at the same time we launched E-Trade, but let's just say the TD Ameritrade API is proving to be more challenging to accurately report things. So we hired a specialist on API, and we have him working on it, but it's just not a good API. So we have to build some certain fail safes on our end to make sure we can make up for what we deem as shortcoming. So not yet. We're working on it. It's next on the priority list, but it has a lot to do with just trying to make sure their API works. It was doing things like you would click a button to buy a stock, and in the back end, you bought it, but then the API never told us that you bought it. So we would hit the button like 5 times, and we were testing this all with real money because we test it live ourselves before we give it to you guys. And it was just, there was issues, and I'm sure we'll be able to figure out the issues. It's just going to take a little bit longer because it's just not as straightforward as ideally we would like. Once I click on the heart icon, how long does it take to show up in my liked list? Well, the top list only refreshes every 10 seconds. So the question is, basically it's going to be between 10 and 30 seconds, which is online with what you notice, because the top list refreshes every 10 seconds, but if you click it and then 1 second later the top list refreshes, you'll have to wait till the next one. So 30 seconds or so. Oh, sorry. No, am I wrong about that? I may be wrong about that. I think it's 30 seconds actually for the refresh. Yeah. So if you want something faster than the 30-second refresh for a top list, then that's when you're going to use an alert window, right? If top lists refresh all the time, they would be kind of useless, right? Because it takes a snapshot of the market and it ranks all these stocks for you. But if they were moving all the time, it would make it almost impossible to click on or do anything like that with. So what's Corsair? Is that... Oh, big gap down on Corsair. I really like the look of this Corsair over a bit of a long run, but must be, if it's in this list, it must be a talked about meme stock a bit, and this one's tanking. Clover pulling back as well. AMC and GME being the big ones pulling back. Again, I would not hold any of these long or short overnight, to be honest. It's just one of those, if you hold it short and they run you, then you've got a bad time. And if you're buying and holding it, and then all of a sudden overnight, some news, some regulation, right? Not that I think that they should, but if the government ever just came along and said, nah, Reddit's over, you're not allowed to do Wall Street bets, we have to kill that or something, then all of these things would just implode. So these are great trading instruments, and if I'm rooting for the kids for sure. I hope they do it, but I'm a trader, so I have to trade. Still holding DVAX? No, I picked some up, probably out too early, honestly. But yeah, I think we were talking about this back in the day on DVAX, that I liked this triple bottom that was going on here, so I did pick some up. I got out yesterday actually on DVAX, and the reason I did it, I guess there's nothing wrong with talking trading, I guess, and these are not financial advice, and I'm just some dude on the internet and all of that stuff. Make sure you're keep the lawyers happy, but I'm actually on MindMed instead, is where I moved that capital. So I bought MindMed as it broke these multi-day highs right here at 328. I like the story of MindMed. Canadian company. I'm Canadian, so that helps. You're not seeing all of the data here because it actually went from the pinks on this day. This isn't really an IPO, but it just moved from the pinks to the main board, right? The NASDAQ. So was watching, seeing it base around here for a long time. So when it broke that base, probably right around yesterday's high. What is my actual fill price on this lot? I've been trading and buying this thing for a while. Full disclosure. Oh, I'm in the Canadian one, so that would make things harder. But yeah, somewhere, call it 340 or so. That's what I put that into. Stop on that lot. Again, I have some investment in it from earlier. Under $3. I'm wrong. Potential to get to $6. Nothing to do with anything else other than I like the company, I like the story, and now I like the chart. So now it goes from a trade to, or goes from an investment to a trade kind of thing. My favorite swing trading strategy. I am just a trend follower myself. I am my primary strategy is just to look for stocks that are trending. So look for example, do we have anything here that I can show you? No, we might need to go into this one, and I can share the scan with you guys right here. This is probably one of my favorites right now, but it basically just looking for duplicating a floating window. I don't think there's any customs in this one. I am there. This is basically just a pullback strategy. So it's just looking for stocks that have pulled back between the 8 and 20 EMA. No real reason for that. And it's just sorted by short float. No real, this is why that area is important, but it's just a way to tell the system that I want stocks that are strong and pulling back, right? So the idea here is looking for stocks that are above the 50-day, below the 10-day, and they're not up more than one day in a row. So just looking for stocks that are pulling back. So like this Twink, TWNK, I would just look at this and say, oh, well, we've got, oops. Jeez. So I would just look at something like this and say, well, 21% short float, broke out here, pulled back, maybe see if it settles in. I would add this to a list and say, hey, are we going to pop from there type of thing? Can I explain the thick and thin EMA part of the compare count window? Sure thing. Do we have anything from here with a compare count already built into it? Probably. The AI? Yeah, high lows right here. Okay. So all this is doing, basically the crux of this window is looking for some sort of new high and low and comparing those, right? So what you're seeing on the bottom is you're seeing the tickers as they come through. If it's green, it means it just hit a new high. If it's red, it hit a new low. So then the EMAs, you can see the thick one up here and then the thin one down here is basically just tracking what's happening here as a chart. So instead of looking at it as a point in time, which is kind of what the bar on the side does, right? Since I opened this window, 89% of everything that's come through here has been a green print, and 12% right now is a red. but this is just tracking it over time. So you could, for example, look to see when new highs outpace new lows when they crack. Right. So I know some people who look at these and they want to say, okay, well, new highs are beating new lows right now, but maybe if these things cross and then new lows start to outpace new highs, maybe that's when I look to take profits on the day, or take shorts, or something like that, right? So, and then up here, the green data and the red data is just what you want to compare. So like Jamie's your man for this, because Jamie's all about the compare count windows and he does some really, really cool stuff with it. But you could, for example, look at certain sectors and have them compare, or market caps, or maybe you only want to compare the meme stocks and you just want to watch a compare count of the meme stocks. You can do a lot with it, but then the question with this smoother is, again, just how jagged you want this line to be versus how smooth you want the line to be. So if I crank them to the other side and hit OK, it will reload it, but what will happen is you'll just notice that they'll tick around more. So it's just whether you want to smooth that new high or low, or whether you want it to be faster, but less, more choppy, I guess would be the way to put it. Faster, but more choppy. Not something I use an insane amount myself as a more of a swing trader, but I can see the merit for sure. Thoughts on PubM? I was watching PubM for a while. PUBM. Try again. PUBM. There we go. Third time's a charm. It's good. It's looking okay. Jeez, that short float, right? Sam, did you look at that? 40%. It looks interesting, right? It's down to an area of support, and that's the IPO, isn't it? So it's down to an area of support and the IPO price, which is very interesting. You're fighting the intermediate trend, which is obviously lower. If you're going to take your shot, it's not the worst place in the world I've seen to take it. I'm shocked this hasn't participated at all with the low float ones. Quick, someone, let's all buy it, and then someone make a Reddit account. We'll get it going. But yeah, of the shots you're going to take, it's going to be cool. I can see 4 lines, 2 bold colors, 2 light ones, 2 green lines, and 2 red lines. It only shows 2. There will only be 2 on this. Do you have a chart over it? Because you can set it up, and some people do, where they actually just have they have it like that, where there's just a chart hanging over. So whatever you're seeing on top is just a chart. And then what you're seeing is what's on the bottom. There should only be the 2 lines. I don't think there is a way to add any more than that on it. So there might be something on top of it or something like that. But yeah, I did. I remember making a video about it way back. I think I was making a video about it at $60, which is, why we're traders, I guess, and not just I'm going to buy it here and hold it, because that would have obviously been a horrible play. But it's back to its IPO price. Let's anchor a VWAP from the IPO price, which is, I know, something Brian Shan does a lot of, and that sits around $40, and we're at 30 now. So you got 50% until you have the anchored VWAP from the IPO. It's interesting. You got me thinking about it. Might want to see it base a little bit longer, but the beauty of plays like this is that you know where you're wrong, right? If you're buying it here, and worst case, let's actually just pull this out so I can make it a little bigger. But right, from right, if it breaks that area down here, right, you know you're wrong. Probably if it breaks right here, you're wrong. So it's hard to counter trend trade, and for new traders, I usually don't recommend. But again, you know when you're wrong, and I honestly think that's the most important part of trading. So you guys saying you see more than? Oh, I see. So show both. So you have this as well. So you also have the percentage of highs and lows, right? Is that the difference? Show points. Oops. Show both. Yeah, so you can add that line in as well, which is just basically showing you a chart version of this cylinder chart on the side. So it's just there. So think about the lines, I guess, as a way to track the history of what you're seeing on the bottom and the left side here. That's probably the best way to look at it. Is right. These are just tracking what you're seeing here in real time. The custom formula for the previous high low on the alerts looks on the alert window, but I'm looking to use it on T window. Sadly, you can't. I've asked for that same thing a few times, but it's attached to the new high day alert, so will only work with the new high day alert in alert window, unfortunately. Yeah, I never even saw that that blue line before. I don't think I've ever even seen that. I guess that's how much I look at. Oh, that's a cool zoom feature. Look, I'm learning something new. Yeah, it is embedded in the new high alert, so it makes it so that it's only usable with that new high of day alert. Any way to customize ATR? Like the look back period of ATR? No. You can multiply or divide ATR if you want it more or less, but um, the look back period of ATR, no. What else? Is there anything else going on in this market besides memes? Especially now that we're seeing the memes crack a bit, they're becoming less fun to trade. Does anyone see anything else out there? Oh, no problem. Yeah, we have a 1 minute range, but we don't have a 1 minute average range. You could take the ATR and then divide it by a number to get an approximation, but it would only be that. It would be a pretty loose approximation. The problem with using, just as a side, if you're building something using ATR with 1 minute candles, is that it's always gonna be skewed. I just because I've tried doing the same thing for an algorithm, because the first 1 minute candle is 9 times out of 10 way bigger than the last 1 minute candle of the day, or especially a 1 minute candle in the middle of the day. So that ATR number fluctuates pretty wildly. And you can see that on the chart. If you plot ATR as an indicator and then you put it on a low chart, you'll see that it pretty much always spikes in the morning and then dies in the afternoon, then spikes in the morning and dies in the afternoon. So GameStop for day trade looks like it could, same with AMC, looks like it could continue lower. They both cracked there. They had that big run up and then massive sell down and then tried to bounce. And it looks like that bounce may be failing as the short-term moving average just kind of catches up here and blankets it, may push it down lower. IWO, IWN. So I'm just checking. So some cool ETFs to look at is IWN instead of IWM. IWN is, I'll bring this up, show you guys this. So IWN is a Russell value index. So it looks for stocks that are lower price earnings, right? And you can see this is doing great. And then IWO, which is the same Russell but on growth. So looking at stocks with very high price earnings ratios. And by looking at these two and comparing them, you can get a pretty good look at, what is driving market movements. Right. So if we look at how low, here's the all-time highs of the small cap growth names, and way back here, and then IWN there's the all-time highs on value names. So as we've been seeing in the market, right, everyone's been noticing that the strongest names are your value names, your boring stocks, your Macy's, your oil names, your real estate income trusts, right? Stuff that's usually not that exciting has been doing great, where on the growth names, it hasn't been doing too well. But that seems to be kind of perking up a bit here. So maybe it's time to start looking back at some growth names. And without needing to care about things like PE and stuff like that, just when you hear somebody say growth, just think of exciting, probably new sectors, right? So growth would be, for example, Tesla, right? EVs, marijuana stocks, crypto stocks, things that are new and interesting and wild. And then when you're looking at value names, right, think of, again, your real estate income trusts, right, is a very simple type of thing. Think of old retailers like brick and mortar, Macy's, that type of thing, Walmart, just any name that has existed and doesn't have an excuse to grow substantially anytime soon, right? So even because a lot of people try to separate it by looking at the Qs and the SPY, but tech doesn't necessarily mean growth anymore, right? Apple is not really a growth stock. There's very little that Apple could do to double the amount of people who have the iPhone, because they probably already tapped that, right? But it's a value name because they have recurring revenue and thing like that. So that's just a quick something I look at all the time is IWN and just say, okay, it's IWM value, right? Value is right at all-time highs. And in the last 2 days is right at high. IWO is still in the last 4 days, right, has done well. Looks like it's kind of bottomed in the 13th of May, and it's been up ever since. Today, just looking at it intraday, isn't at the high of the day the way IWN is. Might see. It's good to see. I hadn't seen you in a while. I figured you were just avoiding my particular time slot that's usually on Wednesday. So we have any more questions? We got a whole 10 minutes before Barry comes and gives me the hook. So feel free to ask away. Space has been bouncing for sure. Tell. Yeah, and that PUBM is interesting. Does Brokerage Plus or TI track your P&L? No, only in our sim we do. We don't really. We're working on building out that functionality to kind of give a little bit more interaction on the simulator, so that you can track, what time of day you do well, that type of thing. We're still working at that out, but when it comes to IB that you connect to track your P&L, I would do that through Interactive Brokers, because as much as there's some things that I don't like about Interactive Brokers, their reporting is pretty good. So long story short is, yes, in the sim, we're going to kind of start to build in a trading journal and stuff like that. But in your own brokerage account, not yet. Maybe we'll build in some functionality where you can do some stuff, because I strongly believe that having some way to automate your trading journal is certainly going to help out a lot of traders, because there's a lot of traders out there, especially newer traders, that just don't have a trading journal and they don't really know where to write one. So that might be nice. But and I can show you, maybe I'm on a weird server right now, but we have a new calendar tab. Right, so this will just show a whole bunch of no trades, but this will go back, and on the sim, it will show you all of the different trades that you did and compare that to the SPY. We're looking to add more detail and graphs and all that kind of cool stuff, but everybody's kind of focused on this right now. Yeah, Kev, I think I'll pass that on, but I think it's like the least fun part of trading by a mile for me, which is the journaling, right? I love scanning through charts and making new strategies and actually trading and all of that stuff, super fun. But, the journaling is something you have to do, but it's no fun. Right? It's like, okay, quarantine's ending. It's time for me to get back in shape. I love going and working out and lifting weights and all that, but then I got to eat well and track all that stuff, and that's no fun. So I think there's some good merit to tracking or coming up with some sort of automated trading journal for things that you do through Brokerage Plus, like adding notes to certain trades and stuff like that. I've noticed sometimes the tool tip on the chart shows details show up on some chart screens compared to others. It's usually a size thing, whether or not that little box, that tooltip shows up. If you have a really big chart, I don't think it does as much. So maybe try to play with the size of the chart for sure. Which E-Trade account type will work with Brokerage Plus? Anyone should. Just make sure that you're allowed to trade via API, and then just understand the limitation of different account types. So most retirement accounts, I can't say for sure, it's a different country and all, but most retirement accounts, for example, won't allow you to trade on margin and won't allow you to short so you have to know that. But when it comes to just plugging it in, any E-Trade account with API access will work for sure. Just what do you want to do, right? What kind of trading do you want to do? Do you care about shorting? Do you care about trading on margin? That kind of stuff will curb what account you'll be interested in. It's not like IB, where IB has a pro and a light, and the light won't work because they cut off API access. I don't think E-Trade has the same thing, but when you're setting up an account, you should verify with them that you can do. API is just basically the way programs communicate with other programs, right? So when we send orders through Brokerage Plus to your broker, we do it with an API. We can just think about it as like, you have a house, and then that's Trade Ideas, and then down the road there's another house, and that's E-Trade. To share things amongst them, you have to connect them in some way, right? So the API is that connection. So that's why we only have certain brokers, is because every broker we have to build a new API with, right? So as long as they will accept that, then it's great, right? So that's why, again, and it's one of those things that would be great if all brokers had the same one and we could just plug them into all of them and we're done. But everyone, of course, is written differently and all of that. So Mike C's already trying to kick me out 5 minutes early. Typical. Is it easier to have IB or E-Trade? I'm struggling to get IB set up. Again, shouldn't matter. I can't give you guys like a review of E-Trade because they hate Canadians. So I've only ever played with the Trade Ideas corporate account, but IB is admittedly difficult when it comes to setting things up and running things and that type of stuff. But it shouldn't matter, right? It shouldn't matter at all. Oh, sorry. What stock? You had a stock there, Sam, and I see it's gone. Well, right now, all we're doing is support for Trade Ideas. FTech, full disclosure, I own some FTech. I'm in the 225s. I like it. I wish it didn't pull back that much from $3, but it seems to be holding that pullback. So I would just watch, right? If we get under this big candle, then it's probably not going to work. But yeah, so we're not really just a Momo room. You can scan for pretty much whatever you want. So, you mentioned fundamental analysis. Well, you can apply that to your scans with Trade Ideas if you want. I don't really do a lot of fundamental analysis. What I'll use fundamental screeners is a good way to put it. Like, I don't want to trade a stock that, maybe they've got all debt and no equity and no earnings and that type of thing. I wouldn't hold that overnight. So, I'm going to tailor my stuff a little bit different from, someone who may just be a day trader and you may just be in and out in a bit. I'm more of a swing trader, so I care to make sure that the company makes a bit of money and does some things and, is at least in a sector that I think is relevant, stuff like that. But you can, if you wanted to only look at stocks that pay dividends, you could scan that. If you only wanted to look at stocks that have a PE ratio over or under whatever, you can do that as well. I don't really care that much, but that's just my trading style, right? Everyone's going to have a different style. Yeah, that's up too much to be interesting. Yeah, you can scan for PB, price to book. Yeah, you could do price to cash, you could do price earnings. Well, here, I can just show you. Here's going to be a list, and then this is probably going to be the last one. And then, well, yeah, trading's all a personal fit, right? If there was a one key solution, right, that would get automated and then it would be destroyed, right? So it's one of those. So when it comes to fundamental, here's just kind of right a list of all the things that you can reference and do scans for a market cap, short float, right? Cash to debt, income to debt, EPS growth, EPG, dividend beta, all that kind of stuff, right? So, we have some clients out there that love, value investing, right? So they'll look at price earnings and they'll look at the chart to see what the movement was recently. And I never think there's anything wrong with combining fundamentals and technicals. The only thing I think things get squirrely is if you're just doing raw fundamentals, right? Because who cares if the company's got a low PE, if it's in a downtrend, blah, blah. So I would always say adding chart analysis to any trading strategy is going to make it better. I think Barry's looking to get rid of me now. Let me just make sure he's good so I don't kick anyone out. We want to just do a seamless transition. So I'm just getting confirmation from him that he's streaming, and then I'll kick off, and then Mike will get his wish, and I'll be out of here. I love you, Mike. I'm just messing with you. All right, guys. I'm going to take off now. It's cool chatting with you guys. Again, I'm usually Wednesday. Steve was nice enough to switch with me for tomorrow to help cover some other webinars I'm doing. So, as always, different person here every day. So, come on by and get a different point of view on trading. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Where are they out of? Colorado. Okay, Igel, let me know. You're my man to let me know if I'm. You guys can hear me on YouTube. All right, thank you, Mike. Or you, Mike. Good stuff. Okay, so we've been talking about ZEV, ZEV, and Momo. Momo's an earnings play. Inching its way up. It's an earnings play. The next high looking left is about 1468, I believe. And ZEV comes from my option scanner. Right there, 920. Hooyah, 619, 1619. What did it get up to? 1634. Could still be in play. HUYA. Siri, 695. Wonder why this is moving. Boy, this is actually having a great day. I mean, it's a lot in the float, billion in the float, so it takes a bunch to move it. Okay, so there was some news. So they've raised money, I guess. Upsized $2 billion of 4% senior notes. So I guess they've raised money. And the other thing we're talking about was this ZME. Okay, this is a China IPO today. Very few shares outstanding. I'm just filling in the guys for the people from YouTube. So we're talking about the ZME. It's an IPO today. I've got an alert set for the high. Only 3.6 million issued. I think the IPO price was around 11 something. So the only reason I'm interested is because we had a couple of these last month sometime, I believe, that went absolutely crazy for a couple of days, and I mean crazy. They were priced in the $4 to $5 range, similar number of shares outstanding, and they both went, to the 30, 40, 50 mark within a couple of days before they came right back down. Don't get me wrong, this is not like a long-term hold. So I have interest in seeing if this takes out the high right there at some point during the day. Sure, the float. I was asked a question about a quick overview on the float. So let's get something with maybe a low float. Here we go. So IHT. So the float is the available number of shares that can be sold on a given day. Okay, so you notice right there it says 2.95. That is very, very low. That's why a stock can move 40 odd percent. Okay, Facebook. I always use Facebook as an example. With 2.3 billion in the float, is not going to move 40% in a day unless something absolutely extraordinary happens, and I can't imagine what that would be. But getting back to IHT, so the float typically is calculated by taking the shares outstanding, and then you start, now in these little ones it's not really as relevant, but the basic definition of the float, look at IHT by the way, is you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting the shares at the insiders and mutual fund zone, because those are not, you cannot trade those every day. Okay, so you start subtracting and that gets you the float. So when you have, now for me, anything less than 20 million is what I would consider a low float situation. So the float is the available, it's just think about it as a supply. That's a supply of stock. And if for whatever reason you have high demand, for whatever reason, either, for whatever reason traders are piling into it, there could be no reason, all right? Or it could be an earnings play, or they could have had a news catalyst of some sort. A lot of times what we're seeing is, just, we can't find any news at all, but for whatever reason traders are piling into something because also it has a high short float percent. Now that short float percent, so what this means, this is sort of the, this is the perfect storm then. If it had news too, excuse me, I don't see any news, but if it had news also, then I would call that the perfect storm, where you have a low float, 2.9 million, a high short float percent. That means 28% of that float is short. That's a very high number. And then if you also had a news catalyst, something to really keep sustaining it, that would be, again, the perfect storm, because what happens is all these people who are short seeing this happen are, some of them anyway, are going to start covering their positions, which fuels more buying. So just think about it like anything else in the world. Low supply, high demand, price goes up. Low supply, look at that demand. 6 million shares have traded. There's less, that's traded double the float. There's about 3 million in the float. So, that's traded double the float basically. Yeah, as a commodity, as Dreamer is pointing out, like lumber, what has happened to lumber prices over the last, 6, 8 months, 10 months since the pandemic anyway? There's low supply, high demand. That's why lumber prices have, doubled or tripled or whatever they've done. But it's the same with stocks. Low supply, high demand. That's the only way you can get stocks that move 43%. And that's why I always find it significant, though, when you see something like that 25% move with 275 million in the float. That's a lot. That's a big percentage move with, a quarter of a billion in the float. However, there's that short float percent. So sometimes, you can have a fairly high float, but if that short float percent is high, meaning that a big portion of that float is short, when the stock starts moving, for whatever reason, these people who are short are going, I wonder if I should start covering my short position. And, when you cover a short position, when you're covering, you're buying. You have to buy the stock. So I always look at it this way. I mean, if I were wanting to buy this stock right now, then I call that kind of the true buying. I'm not covering a short position. That sort of new buying coming in. But then also the short covering. I mean, it can just completely and utterly fuel it. For me, anything over 15%, 1.5, would be, I would consider a pretty high short float percent. Others may have a different idea, but so for me, a 20 million in the float, 15% short float, and if a stock is, has some kind of a catalyst, that can really, really cause these surges. I mean, look, here's, short float percent for FUV, 29%. This is why we're seeing some of these meme stocks, as they're called, ripping, because they've got high short float percents. Well, like IHT, I mean, why can it do this? I mean, now it's 46%. And this is the classic, because I love what Benzinga is doing now. They never used to say things like this, but let me just show you if I can load it. Of course, now it won't load. Here we go. So there's my news headline. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? But, not seeing any company-specific news to justify the price action in the low. We're seeing this sort of a headline over and over and over again. Because many times in this room, in other rooms, I'm sure, people are saying, why is this moving? Why is it moving? Why is it moving? There's no reason. There's no news reason. For whatever reason, it becomes the stock of the hour, of the minute, and traders pile in and they're attracted. I think what's happening, I mean, we can do the same thing. I mean, we have scans that can just identify stocks with high short float percents, low floats, and you can just track them. And all of a sudden, because this is sort of the what's been happening over the last few months now with these sort of stocks. It's possible. It's not going to whale possible, but now the problem is that as quickly as they go up, they can quickly fall down too. So, as I always say, you get into one of these low float situations, you don't go downstairs and make a cup of coffee and a couple of pieces of toast, come back 10 minutes later, because 10 minutes later, this stock could be down here, okay? Because the minute the demand dries up, I mean, it can just, sink like a stone. So always have to be aware of that. I'm not saying this is going to happen with IHT, but yeah, I think we're game on again, guys. GME, game on again. Just when you thought it was maybe not, I wouldn't say all over, but, kind of an uh-oh moment. I just find it amusing, Ija, that Benzinga is doing that. They never used to. Guys, are you having any issues with those of you with IB? In connections? Not talking about Brokerage Plus, I'm just talking in general. I'm just noticing Michael just popped a notice here. Due to a technical issue, clients may be unable to connect. I haven't had any issues. Yeah, I haven't had any issues. And I have to admit, I'm in a couple of trades right now, so I would hate to see something happen. What a move. What a 62%, now, as opposed to whatever it was, 42% when I was explaining the float situation. Now, again, this can just collapse like nothing. Interesting thing is it is shortable at interesting brokers, interactive brokers. When I say interesting, a lot of well, it's not anymore. So the shorts are being snapped up at interactive brokers anyway. Certainly was this morning, Clover, CLOV. Certainly it was this morning. Yeah, so those shorts that got snapped up, I don't know at what price. So WPG, okay, let's take a look at WPG. This is definitely another one of the meme stocks. Volume coming in. Yeah, so far I haven't had a problem with interactive brokers today. It's a little bit worried though. I mean, I don't know if this is just depends on the server you're on or not worried, but because I am in a couple of trades and I just don't want to get nailed. Yeah, I haven't had that one at all. I mean, yes, every now and then you get that British gentleman saying data connection lost, etc. I haven't had that one at all today. Maybe once a week I get that. But you're right, you don't lose the connection. It's just very brief. Anyway, I want to digress. I mean, at some point, yes. I mean, at some point, it's got to stop going up. There were shorts. There were shorts available a little while ago. They've just been snapped up, which may be a good thing, real right now. Okay, let's see if the ones that were just snapped up start covering as they're starting to get hit. Yeah, I'll get right on that. That'll only take me 4 days. I've been so lucky. I've only had to call customer support once in the first week I took the program. I know everybody dumps all over IB's customer service, but I haven't had to. I haven't had an issue. I didn't really have an issue in the first week, but I had no problems. But I know everybody dumps all over them. So BT, if you have Interactive Brokers, I don't know who your broker is. If you have Interactive, do you have Interactive Brokers, BT? Okay, so TD Ameritrade, I don't know where you see your short volume. Okay, I don't have that, so I have no idea. There's got to be a way, or Thinkorswim. There's got to be a way, but I don't have that platform, so I can't help you there. Well, it's interesting, Riley, because most comments you hear about IB service, customer support, are terrible. But again, I haven't had any. I don't have any experience with that. Well, it's certainly good info to have for your broker to see whether or not there are shorts available. Yeah. All right, guys. I don't know if it's ready or not, but look at BlackBerry breaking over 16. BB breaking over 16. Just pointing it out. Watching GME. It's holding over 300. All right, so IHG just became shortable. 1,600 shares. There you go. 1,600 shares are available right now at Interactive Brokers. Now 2,000, so that there's some covering. And now some were scooped up. It's kind of fun to watch. But the problem is that the short was up in this area. I mean, it may keep going down. There's no question it may keep going down, but not quite as attractive. And now they've disappeared. So they've been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, AHT. Should have been looking at this one also. AHT. Yes, look at this now. So AHT chasing IHT. Look at the volume that just came in on that 15-minute chart. Now, here is the huge difference. So BT as an example. Yeah, it's up 12%. Look at the float, 140 million in the float. Okay, so yeah, there is a tremendous volume coming in. But do we really think that AHT can possibly get up 40 odd percent? 140 million in the float versus IHT, with 2.9 million in the float. Now, it's not that you just have to, look at low float situations. I mean, these can be great trades too. It's just that when I get the question, how can a stock be up 40%? You just have to look at the float. I have not been able to concentrate at all on my gap continuations. I see gap down and go for Tiger. Aha, they became shortable again. This is quite the game. 1,400 shares. Oh, I'm sure Tiger did not have news as such. No. Well, wait a minute. Oh, I guess I did have news. A public offering, 6.5 million shares. Sorry about that. So I don't know if they announced that here or no. This had to be yesterday. So they are doing an offering. I don't see the price though. I'm talking about right there. Axis. Yeah, well, good luck. Not really, BT. No, I don't want. I don't want to say it like that. I mean, it just happens that. I mean, obviously, if you're looking for the most action, but that's not necessarily what everybody wants to do. Obviously, the most action will be in the on the low float stocks. But look at GME. I mean, you're talking about a 50 million cutoff. GME's got 57 million in the float. And look what it's doing, or was doing anyway. Look at AMC. AMC. That's why the move of AMC here was startling, because it had 448 million in the float, and I think it went up 70%. As an example. Oh, there's no question. I mean, but the Apples and the Teslas and the Microsofts and all that, yeah, they're for me, they're just boring. I never look at them. Never look at them. But it all depends on, your type of trading plan. I mean, not everybody wants, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad. Yeah, these things are fabulous when you're on the right side of them. Pretty awful when you're on the wrong side. I mean, that's why virtually every scan that I have, any stock that I see, it's that relative volume. That's the key. So it's not so much how many shares even, or it's the relative volume. So I mean, I always want to have something because I'm, more of an intraday trader. I want to see the things that are moving. So that relative volume is a key metric that we have. It's telling me, 4 times normal it's trading right now up to this point of the day. So I mean, yeah, Tesla is maybe not a great example because Tesla can move, but on a percentage basis, I don't know. It can move 70 points, but if it's coming from $700, I mean, it's a huge move. Don't get me wrong, but you're not going to get the 80, 90, 100% moves typically. Give me a moment, please. Meanwhile, IPW romping again. Yeah, I never really understand that. When they say they're doing an offering, they don't say the price at the beginning anyway. All right, guys, I am going to try something here. Just give me a moment here. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm just trying to do something. I might be changing my layout, so I just want to do something here. All right. No, I can't do it yet. Okay. So you're using a 10-minute chart instead of a 15. I think that's what Real is talking about for IHT. I think that's what he's talking about. And the answer is yes, except for that topping tail, I guess. All right, you're making me look with all those exclamation marks. Okay. All right. Sorry. Like when? Okay, what is it doing? Marine One. When you say when, what is it doing? I mean, a little bit of a pop, but I mean, okay. I think you're in the wrong room. Okay. You know, you're just a little too much of a pumper. Sorry. And listen, I know you talked about Next yesterday, and yes, it did go up to 4 and further. There, yes, yeah. Okay, so if you're right always, and okay, you're just probably in the wrong room. Okay, we don't have a lot of egos in this room. Okay, we're not all about being right and expressing that. Look at me, I'm right. Okay, you're welcome to stay, but just so you know that this is the sort of room. It's not that sort of a room. Yeah. Well, to be helpful, you can say, hey guys, take a look at when. It looks like it's moving. Okay, that's fine. Whew, it's Tuesday, therefore it is marketing meeting day. Okay. So BlackBerry did not move. Thought maybe it would start to move off that 16 a little bit better, but it is not. And I'm just kind of watching GME. I mean, a lot of this is going to be dictated about what happens with GME. As it's just sort of fading just a little bit underneath that 300 mark. Be interesting to see how this ends up today. And then, of course, tomorrow is the key day after hours. AQMS, take a look at AQMS. Yeah, volume coming in. Why isn't it here? It'll probably sneak in here now. I think my minimum relative volume, I think it's 4, right? Yeah, 4. So it's just there now, you see. So if this makes a new high right up here, we'll see it here. But that, in case somebody's, because I always get the question, why is it not showing up in the basic new highs? And that's the reason. Well, yesterday I was not hoping, but I was looking at AEI yesterday, and I still have an alert, I think, set up here around 5. Yeah, very low float. Actually, it wasn't so much yesterday, it was the day before, and I thought if it could take this out, but it just, it may be just setting up. I mean, obviously, there's a huge amount of room looking left if it can take out that high right there, but, it's 511, it's not that far away. 514, and yesterday was 5. So to me, it has to take this high out of 2 days ago with some volume. I mean, the volume, look, I mean, look at the volume decreasing on the daily chart. So this could just be setting up, resting here. And that's why I have a price alert set for 511. Takes it out, see what happens. Or you can't pull. I mean, this is not anything to do with fundamentals anymore. So you can't. Yeah, well, I'm not saying taking it now. I'm talking about, seeing if it can take that high and on some volume, though. I'm talking about taking it now. But I mean, well, I don't know why you wouldn't like the setup. I just look left. I'm not trying to convince you, of course. I just look left here and I just see all the room it has to potentially start to fill. Okay, guys, big. Look at these two topping tails now for IHT. Talk about this all the time. Look at these topping tails. The buyers had it way up here. Sellers closed it here. Buyers had it up here. Sellers look like they're in control. This only has less than a minute to close. The view on the move here. Look at the volume that just came in. So guys, if you're looking for volume plays, stocks that move up on volume, this is the momentum up. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. Well, when I get, look, when I get the alert, the next thing I'm doing, is just looking to see, okay, what sort of room does it have? If it wants to take out, the daily, weekly, monthly, what sort of room does it have? If I don't see a lot of room, then I just pass completely. If it has some room, it doesn't mean I take the trade, obviously, right off the bat, because most of the time you could be just chasing something. So, maybe I'll put it on a thumbnail. Maybe I'll put a price alert, to see if it takes out a level that I like. But it's not a matter of just piling in because I get an alert. No, wow, guys, Zev. I think probably no. All right. I mentioned Zed back here, guys. How do you put a stop loss close? Well, I don't. I don't necessarily use the VWAP as a stop loss. I mean, it is a way of putting a stop loss, I guess, but I'm not beholden to it. Ah, real, you're a mean guy. Okay, I can ask now. Anybody take Zev? Oh yeah, now they're. I know you got some short reel. Now there's six out. There's a lot of covering now, actually. A lot of short covering. Well, not a lot, but no, 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 no. I'm not telling anybody to take Zev now. Okay, the meters. I was talking about it back here. On this level right here. Oh, okay, good, good. So again, why did I like it? No resistance, zero. I mean, obviously it's the right sector, EV. Look at the volume coming in now. As many as you can afford. I mean, look at the volume it came in. Well, remember when I first mentioned this it came from my option scanner. There it was. There was the option scanner. Had lots of opportunity to get into it. 920 because there it was at 1239. So right here. I mean, look at all. Look right there. Lots of opportunity to get into that if you wanted to. Look at the volume coming into EVK again from my momentum scanner. You can just see. Look at the volume coming in. Yeah, just so you understand, somebody asked me to review my option scanner. This is not trading options. This is just showing stocks with unusual option activity. Okay? That's what this is showing. So for instance, if I look at ZEV, okay, so the filters I have in here say, okay, for ZEV, well, here's ASTS just showing up. Let's see. Well, just to give you an overview, it has to have at least 2,000 contracts traded, and it has to be 300% of normal. So you can see right there, there's 733. In other words, as a ratio 7.3. So all it's, well, not all, but it's looking for stocks that are having abnormal auction activity. Okay? But I'm not trading the options. Well, when I get the alert, then I start watching it and saying, okay, I mean, am I going to take this trade right now on that pop? Of course not. You know, you're chasing it. But like the ZEV, as I explained before, the ZEV caught my eye and it just sat there for a bit. So lots and lots of opportunity, you know, to see, okay, what's happening? What is the resistance looking left on a daily, weekly, monthly, of which, of course, there is none because it's not an all-time high. I think this is probably some kind of a, I don't know what this is. I doubt this is an IPO. I don't know if this was a symbol name change. I really don't know. Because obviously, you know, if you look at here, it says the position in the lifetime range is even less than 50%. But when you look at a chart, it looks like this should be an IPO here. So I don't know what's going on. All I know is that looking left, though, there's no resistance. So you get the alert, and then the analysis comes in. You know, again, look at ASTS. You know, I mean, the next, this was, I do believe this was an IPO, okay? So when you look left, what do you see? The next high is 1020. It's not that far away. I mean, it's not that far away. You know, it's 976. I mean, if it got to 1020 from 976, it'd be a great percentage move. It was a SPAC? Okay, so it was a SPAC. Wonder why it's showing lifetime range. You know, as opposed to like the Clove, which was a SPAC also, which is showing, you know, top of the, well, this is the all-time high here, but $500 pump. All right. So what Zach is talking about, the Reddit in the forum, the meme forum. Yeah. So when is the new entry into the meme world? You know why? Yeah, I know you know why, Marina. You know why this is happening. All right, guys. It is, as I say, it is Tuesday, so I'll be in this marketing meeting. It starts at 2 o'clock. So give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm going to put myself on mute now. Okay, be in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll put the message in also. Oh, should have got rid of that one. Okay, there's your when. Okay, I think your when now. That little, excuse me. I think your when right there, taking up these highs right here, trying to anyway. You are welcome in this room, Marine. You know, don't get me wrong. You're more than welcome in this room. Okay, I am putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I am now back. Spirited meeting. Excuse me. And excuse me, I see that Wish, my goodness, Wish is on the way here. Big area for it to take out, $10. Big area, psychological, in my opinion. $10, and the next high looking left is 10.15. Look out tomorrow. I mean, if this continues, who knows? Maybe it continues today. It's not a low float. 275 million in the float. Pretty high short float percent. I don't know if it's my ASTS, but well, out of the, I mean, this has been amazing. Remember at the beginning of the day, I was saying, we didn't have very many, and I was saying that's great. We only had about 4 by 10:30, but we've definitely accelerated. Kodak went absolutely crazy for while it still is. I mean, it pulled back. DGLY 217. What did it get up to? 224. Not great. Gray, but the ASTS, as you mentioned, 957, 1020. I mean, this options scanner has been awesome today. I don't know what you mean. The link to Michael thingy where he talks about what is stock I want to send to someone. I'm not sure I understand. Are you talking about his strength alerts? You're talking about the strength alerts. Oh, what is a stock? Okay, I got you. Click on my home page. Okay, click on my home page. Go to the education section, and almost at the bottom is when it starts. His 36 videos. Okay. Starting off with what is a stock. And on that note, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this room up. Just want to go over my home page. Thou shalt not chase, yes. So there's my homepage link. Click on my link right there, and this is what you'll see. So here's my homepage. As I say, lots of information. How to take out a subscription, trade of the week, stock of the day. But this area right here, these two areas right here, all the scans I'm sharing, all the scans, including my layout, and the education section. Tons of education here. The 20 lessons, the daily support, and just got it. Michael will now be doing Tuesdays instead of Wednesdays in our YouTube room. That's going to be a permanent switch. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. The educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, more information about the AI. This is what you were talking about, Ija, the back to basics. Watch the videos. What is a stock, etc. We have trading ebooks here. I'm running through this really quickly because the best thing to do is save my link. Just save the link. Then you can take a look at the education. You can take a look at all the scans at your leisure, okay? What a day. I think I keep saying that. I mean, I've been saying what a day now for it seems like a month. I agree, William. Yeah. Thank you, Real. I don't know why you said that. Here's another one, guys. I mean, these are just showing up in my option scanner. Venom. Now, Venom probably has some, resistance right around this 945 mark. Excuse me. Takes that out though. I mean, this has room. VNMO. Sorry, VNOM. Well, I think that tomorrow, it's interesting because tomorrow is the Q&A, the Wednesday Q&A, and if you know, Dan and Brad put that on, and if you know anything about Dan, he's all gung ho about GME, like in a huge way. When they're doing their GME releases earnings after hours tomorrow, so it could be a very interesting Q&A, depending on what happens. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, Chris. It's either the last 10 or 14 days average. Okay? Wish, guys. Wish, wish, wish. Boy. I mean, who cares what the market's doing? I mean, the SPY is, flat. The Dow is flat. NAS is up just a tick. I don't know what even the definition says. I don't know if the definition has it. Yeah, it's pretty vague. It says in an expected, I'm looking at the 1 minute in volume expected in a 1 minute period. I think I'm pretty sure it's over 14 days. Whether if it's 10 or 14, I mean, it's fairly significant. Look at Venom. I mean, these are just coming out of nowhere. As is Kodak. I mean, Kodak. Well, I'm not saying out of nowhere, but no. So this might turn into a meme stock, guys. I don't know if it is officially a meme stock for Kodak, KODK. Venom, a Venom. I mean, I thought, well, maybe that'll stall it. I don't know. 1944, 1948. 1950 is at 1945 right now. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, look at the volume. And I can't believe this is a meme stock, guys. I mean, it's only 2% in the float, 2% short percent. Well, just wow. I mean, here's the AHT. It's not the IHT, it's the AHT. Bigger float, but I mean, look. I mean, here's the next highs looking left, taking those out on the daily chart. I don't know. I just don't know. But, you know, we've got all these really inexpensive stocks just putting on tremendous price increases. 34%. I mean, my goodness. You know, I'm so intrigued by this Venom. I mean, it takes out 1950. I mean, this is out of nowhere. Look at the volume, 1.5 million shares. I mean, that it's only traded 2 million, and it was right here for some reason. For some reason. Yeah, almost. I mean, almost. I mean, you had to be in the right time, or you know, the right timing is everything, as always. But I mean, look at the break here for ASTS right here. You know, just at right around just over 9. I mean, pretty decent consolidation right here. Film making a comeback. I like that one. Here's another one, guys. Now this has we haven't seen MIT for a while. Remember these days? Let me back this out on the monthly chart. I remember these days when this got up to $26. And then all of a sudden, kaboom. Ooh, GameStop looks like it's ramping up again. GME looks like it's ramping up again. Let's see if it can test that 300 and stay over this time. It's going to help the other meme stocks, that's all. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not on every chart. I know that. It's not on every single chart. You have to click on a real-time alert. And a lot of times you'll see that red line, and it's especially on a daily chart, it's going to show you the next high looking left. But it has to be there's no control over it. But it has to be a real-time alert. And I'm in a development version. I don't know, maybe it's off this one, because what I would have expected to see is a red line going over here. I still see them. It seems very haphazard to me, though. Okay. Typically when you look at it, it'll be showing you the next high looking left on whatever time frame. Usually it's a daily chart. I just can't find one right now. Yeah, it's possible in this development version it's gone. I don't know. Look at Mile, guys. Look at the volume that came in here from Mile. Metro Mile, what do you do? Auto insurance policies, okay, why not? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't find an example because it's... But usually, again, when you click on a real-time alert and you see that line, it's, I would say almost for sure, you're, especially on on a daily chart, it's going to show you the next high looking left. All right, guys. Wow, I have to say I'm exhausted. What a day. So closing the room at 3, or right around 3. Go ahead, look at this Venom, guys. I mean, right at that 1950 mark. I mean, the next high on that monthly chart is 2382. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but hey, I'm glad to hear that, Chris. I'm going to call you Chris. A lot easier than Cry5. Yeah, the AEI is getting interesting, guys. I mean, look, it just has to, I like to get some volume, especially some daily volume. But, there's that magic. I mean, 510 or so. I'm not saying to take it if it hits 510. You want to see some volume. But, I mean, look at the void. And it's such a low float, 6.9 million in the float. Love to see those guys get a hold of this one. The only problem is that the short float is not huge. But it hasn't triggered for me yet. Well, why don't you share them? Tomorrow, share them, okay? Yeah, Matthew, there is I'm shutting this. This is the main room, okay? This is what I call the main room. Okay, we have stocks only, off topic, swing trading, tech support, etc., subscriptions, my homepage, where I direct people to. A lot more activity in here, okay? If you want to show up there tomorrow, because I'm shutting down in about a minute, I'll give you the link to the trading room. I call that the main trading room. Okay, so you can save that link and you can come in tomorrow. If you want, you can stick in the YouTube room, just not as much activity as you can see. You know, I mean, there's hardly, you know, there's a few posts here and there, but nowhere near the activity in what I call the main trading room. Yeah, I mean, it's anything with a high short float percent, guys. You know, I mean, just yeah, easy to make a scan with one. You know, we've got the short float percent, make a minimum of 15, and you know, put some other filters in and monitor. Yeah, like and subscribe. Yes, yes, yes. Guys, it's 3 o'clock. I know I just banged on my table. Any other questions? All right, I do not see any. No donuts. Only health food here. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm asked my thoughts on Biogen. I mean, obviously it's been in the news. I mean, I just don't trade, you know, this sort of a price stock. I mean, obviously Alzheimer's in the news. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, it's had a tremendous run, the big pop yesterday. I don't even know what it's doing right now. But, you know, wonderful if it's true. I saw that the procedure is about $65,000. So there's that. All right, guys, I think that's it. I am opening the room tomorrow. Let me get my script in here. Opening the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.